X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mills, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You've seen now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. Good to see you all again. Hey there, Decayed Slav. War Penguin, what's up? Coin Dog, good to see ya. Orther's Dork, good to see you in chat. Sunny the Martian, what's up? How you doing? Transgal, good to see ya. Perry Icefire, how are you? N.O. the Quiet, good to see ya. Nessingwary, good to see you. I have finished yet another bottle of water. Man, I drink so much water when I stream. Like, even in the moments right before I go live. Oh, my water thing's right there. One moment, chat. Let me go grab it. I need, like, a be right back screen. I've been meaning to make one, but, I just haven't gotten to it. I am bad. Bad streamer. Bad streamer. So good to see all of you. Welcome. Hello there, Bazooka Horse. Good to see you. Loverworm, what's up? TSW, the Shadow Wolf, how are you? Water. You are tasty. Six Ooh Flames, good to see you. Summer Star, what's up? Good to see you in chat. How are you? Axel over in YouTube chat says first stream. Take a look at what's on the top of the chat if you are a YouTube viewer, by the way. Drop a like, subscribe, and make sure to come over to the website to make an account and talk in the real chat that you see on screen. YouTube chat is like, you know, it's there. I don't really read it much, but the website chat is the real chat. That's where everybody's at. That's where the community's at. It's where everybody's hanging out. How are you today, Zan? I'm doing pretty good. I'm feeling pretty nice. Woke up, you know, after a pretty good amount of sleep, I'd say. I think I slept pretty well. I'll probably get tired in a few hours, but I'll push through. We'll get like a nice 4 to 5 hour stream done. I'm excited. It's gonna be a fun one. I got some pretty exciting topics for you guys today. Good one, Perry Icefire. Is his mic glitching or is it just me? Chat, are you guys experiencing any weird audio glitches with my mic, or is that just water? Just water? Okay. Most people are reporting they aren't getting it on their end. That's good to hear. Slight clipping? Interesting. Slight clipping. One sec. How about now? I ain't hearing nothing? Okay, that should solve the problem. I don't really see... I don't really see it happening after that. That would be the only thing that could have happened, like jiggling that loose, maybe. Make a pop sound? Pop! I can't really do it at all, though, because my lips are so dry. Works better now? Okay. Pop. There we go. I was able to make a nice sound there. Sometimes the mobile YouTube app gives me stuttering every few seconds for live streams, but it happens for everyone I watch, not just Zan. That's so weird. I'm sorry you have to watch on YouTube mobile. That's, that sucks. I'm sorry. YouTube mobile is not great. I'm so glad to see you all here. Hello. Hello. Everyone in chat, I'm curious today. What are you drinking while watching today's stream? What is your beverage of choice for today's stream? Mine is, of course, water. Sorry, water. You're about to get added a lot in chat. Time to get pinged. A lot of water. Coffee. Beer. Dr. Pepper. Agua Pura. Pure water. Homemade cranberry mead. Yum. Pre-workout, because I'm about to work out. Well, you're about to be I'm about to be your post-workout. Water and Baja Blast. Dr. Pepper. Spitzerite. I don't know what that is. Spritzerite. Tap water. Diet Dr. Pepper. Sparkling ice. Caffeinated sparkling ice. Water, Red Bull, green tea, sparkling water mixed with fruit juice. Prebiotic soda. You mean probiotic? I would recommend classic WoW Season of Discovery for a more perfect America. Then you're getting in on the ground floor, just trust me. Seltzer, Rooibos, chai tea. You know chai means tea, right? You don't need to say chai tea. It's just chai. Or just tea. You can say either. Water, Pepsi, black tea with milk. True, yes, that is true. It's a fun fact. Fun factoid. Shut your up fuck. Thank you, Wingo. Shut your up fuck. Any thoughts on Dune? I will say it wasn't as good as I was expecting it to be. You know? But maybe I'm assuming I'm going to like it more in retrospect after I see Dune 2. That's what I'm assuming. I mean, it was, you know, I would mark it as like a good movie. But, you know, I was expecting a lot better. for the first one, but who knows? Maybe I end up really liking the first one as like a setup for a really good movie franchise after the second. Zan, I'm drinking a tea-presso. It's a black milk tea with 2 blonde shots. It's pretty weird, but it's good. Interesting. That sounds yummy. I love to hear what you guys are drinking while you're watching stream. Nice, nice. Very good to hear. Thank you all so much for coming. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, if you're watching the stream and you want to, support it and you want to support my content, for completely free, you can simply drop a like. Every single thumbs up really does go a very, very long way to support the channel, and it really means a lot to me, every single one of you who does that. Every thumbs up on my videos, streams, VODs, whatever it may be, it really means a whole freaking lot, and it's totally free, so if you can do it, I appreciate it. And of course, if you want to support me financially and go the extra mile, you can always do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch down below through the Streamlabs link. If you don't know, I do have merch. It's not very expensive because I don't have like a profit margin on there. It's just you're paying for the cost of the merch, so it's pretty cheap. I just want to see more of you guys wearing my merch. It makes me happy. Makes me happy. Makes me feel like a real YouTuber, you know? And if you want to, you can also join my fan Discord, which I highly recommend, because not only will you get recommended and, not recommended, you get notified when I upload or go live any new videos or streams, way more reliably than YouTube ever will, but every Friday, I host an event in the Discord. Yesterday was Friday, we did a movie night. Every other Friday, we do a movie night. But this coming Friday and every other Friday, we do call-in streams. So every single Friday, there's an event. And every other Friday, it's a call-in stream. And every other Friday, it's a movie night. Super fun. So we pay by boosting your ego? No, likes don't, just make me happy. Likes actually result in YouTube pushing your content more in the algorithm. Make no mistake, guys, if you don't know how YouTube works, I'm not fucking with you here. Likes, the way that YouTube gauges a video's success is obviously the raw amount of views it gets matters, but what really matters to YouTube, what determines that the video will get seen by a lot of people, not whether a lot of people will click it and watch it or not, but whether it'll be seen by them at all, is what percentage of the people who click a video or stream engage with it. And one of the easiest ways to engage with a piece of media is to just drop a like. You can comment, you can talk and chat, but liking really does help. It's basically like upvoting on Reddit. You're increasing the chances of people who would like the content seeing it. And it helps me a lot. It really does. And it's totally free. 49th like on the stream was me? Hell yeah. How many likes do we have? I'm curious. 51 likes. Not bad. But 125 people watching. I know you guys can do better than that. Come on. Come on. Don't you want to support your YouTuber? I know how you lurkers are. I know how you lurkers are. I gotta get on my knees. I gotta open my mouth, and I gotta suck if I'm gonna get those likes out of you. I know how you lurkers are. Stream lurkers are like the they're like the content viewing version of people who don't vote because they don't think their vote matters, but then tens of millions of people didn't vote. It really is. I do feel like YouTube to view ratios are actually a perfect example of the mindset that your vote doesn't matter actually having quite a substantial impact. Look at a Mr. Beast video, for example. That's a really good example. Look at a Mr. Beast video. They've got a lot of likes, don't get me wrong, but they've got a lot of fucking views. And not even 1% of those people are liking the video, mathematically. Could you imagine if, 10% of Mr. Beast, or if 10% of every YouTuber's viewers liked all their videos or most of their videos, it would be astronomically good for them. But, could you imagine if 10% of people liked Mr. Beast's videos? I mean, obviously, there's no more ceiling for him to go up to past that point, but it would solidify his domination over YouTube forever with that much engagement on his content. Oh, man, that water is good. I just got out of a hot shower, so I am a little bit more, like, dehydrated than I would typically be. Alrighty. Let me get the first topic ready. I'll talk to you guys for a little while longer, just chilling and chatting for a little bit. But I want to get the first topic just ready for us to cover whenever the time comes, which will be not momentarily, but in a moment, in a little but. Let's see. All right. Chat, you haven't forgotten the dream, right? You haven't forgotten the dream, have you? This just came up in my recommended as I was bringing up the next segment. Here. I still fucking need one of these things. It's not a matter of wanting. It's not a matter of liking to have one of these things. It's a matter of needing one of these things someday. I need one of these. It's not a want. It is a base need. Up there with oxygen. Whoa. Oh yeah, are there people here? Oh yeah, I haven't talked about this in forever. Okay, so for those of you guys who don't know, this is the Nemo 2 submarine. It's made by a company called U-Boat Works that makes, like, deep sea research submarines that cost, like, tens of millions of dollars and are, like, made to fit for the order of whoever is, like, buying it, whatever team or, like, research people, whatever you want to call them, whoever's buying it, right? However, after years of making extremely high-quality research submarines meant for going down deep under the ocean, they decided, you know what, let's expand our industry and start making toys for rich people. So they started mass-producing these basically, much like you would buy a car, $550,000. I know it's a lot of money, but, I mean, holy fuck, is it not really that much money for something like this? $550,000 two-seat 12-hour solar battery-operated electric submarine that goes down up to 100 meters. Or is it 200 meters? No, I think it's 100 meters, which is 300 feet, roughly. Maybe it is 200 meters. Maybe it's 300. No, it doesn't go very deep, and it doesn't go very fast. This is very much just a rich people toy for exploring, like, a couple 100 feet under the ocean max. You know, like, find a place where there's some, like, shallow coral reefs with very bright... Like, it can't go any deeper than light can go, you know? Once it starts to get dark and kind of gloomy and you're not really seeing much down there anyway, that's roughly where its max depth is. So it's very much a close to surface, leisure exploration sub. But this fucking company makes some insane goddamn submarines. But for now, just check out this this showing off of it.
This is a first.
There's a lot of videos and footage of this submarine in particular on YouTube, but they've got other models too that are pretty cool. Particularly ones that can fit a lot more people. I will get one of these one day, okay? If I ever have Mr. Beast money, you better believe it. I wonder how much lessons to learn how to... I mean, it's literally like a game controller, pretty much, is what you use with it. Obviously not, like, the Titanic sub one. It's custom made, but it's relatively like approximate of that. And there's another one. You can see what they look like underwater. And yeah, they're basically sea moths.
So this is my joystick.
Dog.
My arm. You see that?
The dream is to be able to fuck a girl in one of these things. This is the Mile Deep Club. Only you're far from being a mile deep. Far from being a mile deep. You know, under the water club.
Pretty easy to use, to be honest.
I've been part of the boat club.
Alright, check this out. So we got a shipwreck here.
What company? U-Boat Works. I'll show you guys the website in a moment so you can see their real good shit.
Look closely. You got a lion
Kill that.
right
You can
there.
turn that in for a bounty.
Poisonous.
Yeah, so these things are all over the place in Florida, and if you kill like a bunch of them, you can take them in for a bounty. They will pay you, and then you can even keep the meat and like cook it. And it's not bad meat; it's just not a lot of meat. So if you get like a big hull of lionfish, if you know how to handle it, you know how to prepare it, you can get some good meat. And you can also take it to restaurants that will pay you the bounty, and cook it. Like, you catch it, we cook it type deal. I don't know if they pay you the bounty, but you get paid a bounty for killing these things at some point, and then you can also eat it. So you can literally get paid to catch your food. Yeah, venomous, sorry. Not poisonous. But if you ingest the venom, it becomes poison.
Will that kill you like immediately?
No, it won't. It'll slowly trigger a heart attack more or less.
Okay.
It'll slowly trigger a heart attack, I see. That sounds like killing you.
That sounds even worse than dying. Like, I don't-
The guy who did this video is so fucking annoying, too. The guy who's piloting the sub looks like he just wants to crash into the reef. Take them both down. Remove this guy from the world. Hold on a sec. We'll have a quick stunlock hyperfixation segment real fast. Oh shit, they put out a new video. U-Boat Works Super Sub official release. They put out a new sub, the Super Sub. I didn't even hear about this one.
Of innovation. The thrill and joy of driving have forever been the driving force. Car manufacturers have relentlessly pursued excellence on the road. But what have we told you? That the quest for thrill and adventure
Oh, this is an
now
ad for
extends
the...
beyond the asphalt.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Introducing
This is the fast
Super
one.
Sub, an embodiment of unparalleled excitement.
They've sold this one for a while. They've just finally made like a video ad for it. This is their speed submarine. This is the one that's meant not really for going deep, really. It goes about as deep as the Nemo 2 does, but it's a bit bigger, has a bit more space, and it's fucking fast.
Designed to bring the exhilaration of the open road to the endless depths of the ocean. With the Super Sub, you're not just a passenger, you're an explorer. Charting a
I'll show you
course the most
videos of them in
extensive
action.
and
They've got
unexplored
one that's like a
highway in the
party
world,
bus.
The boundless ocean. Imagine the sensation.
Cyclops, my beloved. You don't even know, dog. This is not the Cyclops. This is not the Cyclops. You don't even know. You don't even know. Oh, they don't know. Okay, here's footage of the cruise sub. This is the one that's meant for, like... It's very expensive, but it's meant for a moderate amount of people. It can fit, like, 4 or 5 people in it or something. A literal yellow submarine, exactly. Oh my god, it's the Titanic. Yeah, that's the part I don't like, is that for this sub, it's like, I would never get this sub. This is way too complicated. You don't get the... You've got, like, that one little viewing port right there, but, like, for the most part, you're in a little chamber piloting, and these 2 bubbles are for spectators. So it's a 5-seater, this one. Pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. They capture a lot of good footage. Pretty. Anyway, they've also got... Here, I want to see the, They've got some footage that's crazy. Okay, so this is the Mexico Expedition Sea Explorer 5. So what you're about to see is one of their subs that's meant to go down like 1,000 meters or some shit like that. Like down thousands of feet. This is like a deep sea exploration sub. This is one that they made custom for a research team to do like real deal, tens of millions of dollars budget ocean research. And there's some crazy ass footage in this one, but this one is all footage from inside the cabin. Very Subnautica, obviously. If you're a Subnautica fan, I feel like if I owned one of these things, I'd have a moral responsibility to take as many like ocean and Subnautica fans on a trip in it as possible and just change their lives. Hell, that'd be like one of the most entertaining things to do when you have one of these things. Like the ocean's great, but once you've done this like 10 times, you're gonna want to start taking people with you so you can look at the amazement in their eyes when you take them on the trip, you know? Like, if I was rich, I would want to use my wealth to make, like, people that I know, like, mind blown by the cool experiences I can expose them to. That would be entertaining.
Oh my god!
Like showing them a new movie for the first time that you know is really good. Whale shark.
Can you see it? Right there, right there, right there.
Oh no, it's a manta ray. Big one.
Giant manta, whale shark right in front of us. Look, look, look.
Whale shark and a manta ray. Detecting multiple Leviathan class life forms. Whatever the fucking lady in Subnautica says whenever you get close to a Leviathan class life form. What would you do if you heard that? They're so cool, yeah. Warning, oxygen. God, I'd be freaked out.
That's amazing. She's pregnant for sure.
Pregnant whale shark.
The manta's playing with the whale shark. I cannot believe this.
You can see now why I want one of these things, right?
Oh my god. Wow.
Looks terrifying. All right, now let me show you the real deal shit, okay? U-boat. One day, the Xanderhal Empire will be so big we can afford this. We will surpass Mr. Beast. We will, one day. Production models. Yeah. Here it is. The fucking U-Wep. Look at this, guys. Underwater entertainment platform. Up to 150 meters. It's not very deep, but up to 120 fucking occupants. 120 guests, up to 150 meters. It's 150 square meters of space, 1,600 feet long, or square feet. Didn't tell you the dimensions there. This is one of the inside configurations. One of the inside configurations. You see, there's a restaurant one, a casino one, a wedding venue one, and a show display one for, like, say, a car or a boat or some sort of product. Like, you want to have a big investor meeting on one of these, make it a big tax write-off or something. It's so fucking cool. I like this shot here. Looking out the window. Oh yeah, this one. The fucking sun deck. This is the best part. Look at this. Do you rent it? No, you buy it. Look at this. Fucking sun deck. Fucking sun deck. I can't... Well, there are videos of this online, but they're like people's videos of them while scuba diving under the ocean. The people who buy these things are so wealthy, they don't have YouTube channels where they post it. It makes me so sad. But the videos of the Nemo 2, the Nemo 1, that's all I need. That's all I need. And I will have it one day. And then the world will be good. The world will be good. All right. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That means a lot. That really, really does help. Thank you. Sent
Crazy
a link. I love this fucking meme. Thank you, Pepper T21. I appreciate you donating this. We'll watch it now. Thank you so much. I appreciate anyone who donates, as always. Thank you very much. And likes. Drop likes, too. Likes help a lot.
Crazy, Lois. It's like that one time I got the death note. Crazy, Lois. It's like that one.
Degenerate. Completely degenerate. I do not approve. Yeah, I do. That was funny as fuck. I love that meme. Simpsons did it. Unironically, they did, actually. Simpsons actually did do it. I have that tweet I mentioned yesterday about the mom worried about her trans kid if Trump wins, only for a fellow lefty to tell her Biden doesn't care about trans kids. Here's the full context. Let's see this. Yeah, it's a pretty dumb take. I can't really do a segment about dumb tweets these days. I can't really bring myself to do so, but you know, there's just too many. It feels like I don't know how else to describe it. It feels like pouring a bottle of water in the ocean and expecting it to raise the sea levels significantly. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, pissing in the wind. Pissing in the wind. Against the wind. That's what that song's about. It's about pissing against the wind. I think you would like this video game. It's ocean related. Ooh. A video game. Endless Ocean Luminous. Well, it's on Nintendo Switch, so you already lost me. I don't have one. I will not get one. I'm sorry, Summer Star, but you recommended a game made by a company that refuses to let their games go to other platforms, and I refuse to buy their like actual junk hardware. Overpriced bullshit. One day Nintendo's going to realize, oh shit, people figured out that our consoles are trash and we have to start selling our consoles on other platforms and get that double dip money. Or we're going to fail. God, I hope they fail. Pirate it on an emulator? I hate dealing with emulators. It's not that hard, but it's just not really like, I've never cared about those games enough that it's been worth setting it up, you know? If I cared enough, I would. If I cared enough, I would. Anyway. There we go. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. We're gonna be tapping into a channel, checking it out, after very many years of not looking into this channel. He's got this very smug, sort of punchable face that makes it very hard to, like, sit through his non-existent political commentary. His name is Freedom Toons. The point I made about the smug and punchable face thing is not a threat, by the way. Not a threat. YouTube, moderators, just making a statement about his drawings face. It's not even him, it's his drawings. If you guys don't remember, there was this era of right-wing YouTube content where the popular meta was to essentially make really stupid, wrong strawman arguments about the left, but to do it in such a way where there is no way for the left to platform an argument against it, and you just kind of end up being smugly wrong. I'm not saying this has completely fallen out of favor these days among conservative pundits by any means, but it definitely isn't as popular as it used to be. But he's still kind of a hanger-on from that era of right-wing content, and he's still doing quite well for himself, don't get me wrong. It's just sort of this really weird, low-effort, obnoxious, wrong and smug about it kind of vibe that was the rage in 2016 and like 2015, back in the Gamergate era when this guy really got big. I haven't covered this guy in many years though, because like I said, it's really hard to sit through his non-commentary, but he's gotten quite big. He's actually got 900,000 subscribers now, well over that actually. He's getting up towards 1 million subs now, and he's uploading a lot. Like, for an animation channel, I feel like this is a lot of, like, a very high upload frequency. Granted, his videos are very, you know, short, and the animation isn't very high quality or high effort, so it kind of makes sense. Let's see, what should we watch? Which one should we watch? We might have to watch multiple. Who knows? Black history is queer history. Google's AI reboots the Titanic. Biden reveals his power level. A Tale of Two Leaders. How Biden's press conference went. To Catch a Right-Winger. Let's start with Black history is queer history. What could go wrong? Let's check this one out. Oh, that's very quiet. And the music didn't stop. There we go. Okay. One thing you need to know before we go into this is that 99% of the time, these videos make no arguments whatsoever. This is literally conservative Cocomelon. There's just going to be strawmans of left-wing positions and dumb stereotypes about ideologies, groups, and what have you. This guy's not necessarily as radically right-wing as, you know, libs of TikTok or a Nazi or anything like that. He sort of tries to fit into this, like, centrist position. He's like a 2016 anti-SJW skeptic-era centrist, but also an animator. He doesn't go as far as, like, Stone Toss. He's very much on the fence, he would have you believe.
Hey, buddy, can you come in here?
Yeah?
So, one of your coworkers complained that you've taken issue with our black inclusivity seminars. What's going on, homie?
I mean...
Prepare to witness some really hilariously cringe, made-up scenarios where the joke is supposed to be the left are the real racists, but this guy literally just made this up, wrote it himself, and animated it and voiced it. So if he's just making up and acting out a non-existent scenario where supposedly the left is cringe and racist, isn't that him just being cringe and racist? I'm already cringing. Yeah, they're all going to be made-up scenarios. So we're not even, like, responding to conservatives arguing about reality. We're looking at, like, conservative humor, essentially.
My main issue is with all this LGBT stuff. Like, I don't get what black history is queer history means.
Oh, yeah, but let me explain.
I hope they don't have a white guy voicing him. I'm just going to be charitable and say they don't have a white guy voicing him. And we're just going to move on from that point because I feel like I don't even want to go down that road.
As a black person, you're gay.
What the
Yeah, no, black people are...
That is what the left believes. Did you guys know that? Guys, you knew that, right? Like, if you're black, then you're gay. That's what the woke believe. That's what we on the left believe. That's a new one? No. Don't you know we've always believed that? That's actually what the left believes. You know, that's our ideology. Because there's a flag called the progress flag, and on that flag you've got, like, a bunch of LGBT identities, and then you've also got the, like, progress, like, POC representation part too. So that means that black people are a part of the LGBT community. That's clearly what that means and what the left believes and always has believed.
Are gay. That's what corporate America and white ladies on Twitter decided. So that's just
White
what it's going
ladies
to
on
be.
Twitter. Okay, are we is the right still going to pretend as though, like, the blue check liberal Twitter of, like, pre-Elon still exists? You guys remember back when one of the go-to, like, haha gotchas against the left was, oh, blue check mark, wine mom, liberal, Democrat, right? Like, oh, celebrity blue check mark. That was, like, one of the big gotchas against... They're pretending like that's still a thing when that's literally not still a thing. Everybody with a blue check mark on Twitter now is an Elon Musk stan. 99% of your timeline, even if you're left-leaning and don't follow any of it, is Nazi propaganda. Like, literally, just like, let me show you the last thing I saw on Twitter before I started stream. Just straight up, allow me to show you the last thing I saw on Twitter before I started stream. We're gonna go ahead and pretend like Twitter is just a progressive place. Oh my god, the only reply to my tweet makes it so much better. Holy shit. So, I quote tweeted this person. This person said, Jews should not be able to get nose jobs unless they renounce Judaism. If you're a Jew who gets plastic surgery to look more like a Gentile, you're a traitor to your faith. Blue check mark. This is the state of Twitter now. And then the top reply is from Cunnymaster1488, who follows me. I think I'm going to block them. Oh, look, they're pretending to be me. Who replied, ha, true. For those that don't know, Cunny Master, or I guess Cunny, that literally means underage girl's vagina. This is a pedophile Nazi. A troll account. This is the official Twitter account of Cunnymaster1488. 1488, you guys know what that means. I am not a federal agent. Stop asking Maine at Xanderhall. This also gives you an idea of, like, the average hater of mine, too. I didn't expect this to be, like, a anti-fan, like, schizo super hater who's dedicated to me. I have a lot of dedicated hate fans. But are we really going to pretend like legit just a Nazi pedo? Just legit just a Nazi pedo. So are we really going to pretend like white liberal women are, like, dictating the state of culture, certainly on Twitter right now? Is that what we're going to pretend like? Is that the state we're in? Sounds like he's a Fed. Yeah, you know, when they say they're not a Fed, a lot of times, it makes me think, you know, they must not be a Fed.
Got it?
What are you talking about?
So here's the thing. Black people are upset. And you know what they're upset about?
Well,
No one knows. No one can figure it out. We can't. No one seems to understand what you people, by which I do mean black, so don't ask, are so darn peeved about. So we figured.
Remember, he's written all of this, like, it's a made-up scenario that he's written and voicing, entirely made up. Conservative, I guarantee you, though, we're going to read the comments on this, and, like, half the comments are going to be written as though they are commenting on a recording of a real-life event. They're going to be like, man, that guy was had so much patience dealing with that annoying white boss. Like, they're going to comment stuff like that. Like, as if it's a real scenario that actually happened. I watch these, like, right-wing shorts skit videos sometimes, and half the comments are all commenting as if what they just witnessed was real, even though it's, like, not even pretending not to be a skit. They're just like, ah, yes, something that agrees with my worldview and makes fun of the left must be real.
It must be because you want the right to love a man.
What? My grandpa couldn't even use the same restroom as white folks.
And now you can't pee next to little girls while wearing a dress. I hear you.
Dude, where are you getting this? When did the black community come together and ask you to use us as mascots for this ill?
I don't know what is... I don't even know what the argument... Or I don't even know what the non-existent straw man argument of what I'm supposed to believe is. Is this just like, make a progressive person as annoying as possible and then also make them the real racist? So I guess he falls against LGBT people, but he's not racist, Freedom Toons is. Like, he's on that, like, ah, yes, hey, black people, the left wants to associate you with gay people. Don't you hate gay people and the left trying to lump you in with them? You should be conservative. Please vote Republican, American black people. Please vote Republican. We need your votes. Please. Yeah. Xanderhall, he's accusing the left of using black people to push the LGBT agenda or something. Do they... I mean, there are a lot of LGBT black people that are both pushing, like, for the rights and interests and, liberation? I don't even know if that sounds like more of a LARPy word. You know, the justice for black people, and they are doing like LGBT civil rights stuff as well. Like the human brain can focus on more than one thing at once. There are a lot of civil rights minded LGBT POC people. That was redundant, but you know what I mean. I like combining the acronyms. It makes it seem like the acronym, like it's funny. Okay, combining the acronyms is funny.
LGBTQ crap.
Oh, Johnson, I thought you'd understand. Of course your community embraces it. In movies and TV shows, black characters always wear dresses. Producers make a point of having that happen.
Yeah, creepy.
Oh, wait, dude. Oh my god, there's no way there is not like a pamphlet getting handed out to all of these guys with a paycheck. Okay. Okay. We have covered 3 conservative pundits who in their most recent content have talked about black men in Hollywood wearing dresses being a problem. I don't believe it's like Trump talked about it. I don't believe it's like, oh, they all just spontaneously chose this culture war talking point. There is somebody paying them behind the scenes. Allow me to explain. Yesterday, we covered a clip from the Joe Rogan Experience where, who was it? Was it Cat Williams, I think his name was, went on there and had like a weed-induced like rant about black men wearing dresses, generally just men, but particularly black men in Hollywood wearing dresses and being applauded for it. And I was like, okay, that's a batshit insane conspiracy. And then goes on to talk about like Bahamut and the Bahamut the transgender, as he goes on to say. And then we watched Alex Jones. No, it was Tim Pool. We watched a Tim Pool segment later in that very stream where he goes on to talk about like black men wearing dresses in Hollywood and it being cheered on and pushed onto people. And it's like, okay, that's odd. And now the most recent Freedom Toons video as well. And these were all recent videos, like their most recent videos. Now the most recent Freedom Toons video just randomly drops this argument. This is from a day ago, like 2 days ago. Randomly drops the argument that like all black men in Hollywood, or over an overwhelming amount of black men in Hollywood, dress as women or wear dresses, basically. What a bizarre argument. Interesting. You know, I have a theory about this, actually. Really? I can't find this? Really? I've found it multiple times on stream before and showed it. Really? Okay, well, hold on. Let me see if I can find this. It's got to be somewhere. Okay. I cannot find it, so I will describe it. And if anybody thinks they can find what I am talking about, please, for the love of God, try to find it. And if you find it, at me with it immediately in chat so I can show it, okay? Chris Raygun is like an OG, like anti-SJW YouTuber from back in the day. You know, not really right-wing, but definitely, despite being pretty liberal-leaning, SOCDEM-leaning even, like a Bernie voter, he ended up kind of falling into being a bit of I don't want to be mean, because he's a very nice guy, but he was a bit of a tool for the right to bring quite a few people over into their more radical viewer bases. I was one of those people. And it mostly has had to do with the YouTube algorithm in one part, and the association between content creators, kind of making me believe, I should check out like Sargon if Chris Ray Gun's hanging out with him or collabing with him, that kind of thing. So with that in mind, Chris Ray Gun a couple years ago put out a TikTok where it was like him singing like a song parody, while explaining, like as a joke, he's doing it as a song parody, while explaining that a conservative organization emailed him at one point, offering him a shitload of money to just make videos pushing conservative talking points, and he rejected the offer. And as time goes by, it started to become very clear what YouTubers did not reject that money. Some of you remember that. Yeah, does anybody know where I can find that clip? I want to play it because I feel like that's a lead on finding out why all these right-wing figures just like spontaneously out of nowhere start talking about the most random, crazy, brand new conspiracy theory you could imagine. There's somebody giving these people their lines. There's gotta be. Chris took it down? Okay. Alright, well, that sucks. You'll have to take my word for it. The eyes in the Daily Wire? It very well could be the Daily Wire, but do they have that kind of money behind the scenes? Re-upload? If you can find one, link it to me, please.
The producers who want to take dignity away from black people.
Because it's really silly and uplifting for your community, bud. That's why we're doing the same thing to your movement. Your little movement is wearing a dress now, too. And it's got new pronouns and wants to go into the women's room to pee next to little girls.
Why is that such a thing for you?
No, Johnson. Why is that such a thing for us? This is what the establishment fears.
White supremacist of color attacks black civil rights activist. Studies show you may not be eating enough eggs. Study in progress to see how many Freedom Toons commenters notice when words are misspelled. Yeah, I noticed that. This is the level of comedy, like hidden meta comedy, this guy engages in. Oh, look, he misspelled the word eggs. Oh my god. Oh, ye old media. Wow, white supremacist. Well, that's also not how you spell white supremacist. Supremacist is misspelled there. Yeah, the rest is spelled fine, it looks like. Yeah, that's not how you spell supremacist. I see that shit. I see that shit, motherfucker. I see it. You can't get that. You can't get that under my nose. I'm basically Google spell checker. And that I mostly don't catch it.
Today's episode is brought to you by Catholic Votes the Loop. Your free day.
What? The Loop by Catholic Vote. That's crazy.
Catholic Votes the Loop. Your free daily news delivered straight to your inbox. Keep up on current events with a group that uses biologically correct pronouns and is literally suing the FBI. You can't get more based than that. Sign up.
Good God. Man, this is the first time I've taken, like, this deep of a delve into his content in years. So I totally forgot how cringe it is. Man, I didn't expect a 2-minute video to be such good content. Fuck. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty much this. This is the type of content conservatives are watching when they want their opinions validated, but they don't want it challenged. And it's really interesting to me how the entire joke of this is what you believe, like kind of points it at the left, but all these scenarios are entirely made up by, written by, and voice acted and animated by this guy who is conservative. That was the joke? I mean, there were several things that were supposed to be the joke, but I mean, that's the point of the channel, is to essentially say, this is what the left believes, this is what the left wants, you know? Sort of smugly. He knows this isn't what the left actually believes, but the point is to sort of like trigger the libs and make conservatives go, yeah, that is what they believe. Here, let's actually read some of the comments. I'm curious. The condescension in his voice is perfect. This is the modern liberal, the soft bigotry of low expectations. Ah, yes, caring about injustice is actually meaning that you think less of minorities and thus are the real racists. That headline at the end is 100% gold. That's what corporate America and white ladies on Twitter decided. Man, they liked that quote. At this point, insert diverse group month is a punishment for sane people. Quote, white supremacist of color is exactly the angle they tried against the Proud Boys founder. Suing the also the Proud Boy, that's the Proud Boys leader, not the founder. The founder is the guy who like pisses in cups on his thing. That's Gavin McInnes, the Nazi dude. Suing the FBI is based. Hard to believe that Black History Month is almost over. It feels like yesterday I was hanging my Black History decorations in the yard and having a traditional Black History dinner with Black History gifts from the Black History Bunny. For some reason, in my school, on a poster, the Holocaust is considered an event of LGBT importance. Yes, I know gay people were targeted by the Nazis, but in the world of my school, whole of my school, there isn't a Holocaust remembrance poster of sorts, but it's basically only time it's mentioned. Uh-huh. As a black person, you're gay had me dead. I don't know if it's me or you, but this video just seemed to be firing on all cylinders. Just the right amount of enigmatic, great voice acting, great charisma, love it. Perfect encapsulation of the boredom and irritation of corporate diversity and inclusion meetings. Great job, thumbs up emoji. Quote, you're gonna relegate my history to a month? Morgan Freeman. The punchline is this cartoon is absolutely perfect. And it being a literal punch makes it even better. Congratulations, Seamus. You have exceeded perfection. I can't wait to hear the Black Queer National Anthem at football games. That newspaper headline was quite in tune with how the media really operates. Are we done reading? Like, you guys have to understand that, like, these people bring the fucking support out for this content. God damn, 153,000 views with 20,000 likes and countless 1,600 comments. God damn. Listen, if this stuff succeeding so much and people, you know, bringing out all this support pisses you off so much, be the change you want to see in the world. Support my content, okay? Drop a like on my stream. Comment down below on my videos. And the other left-wing content you enjoy. It is no secret that people who watch left-wing content just think their support doesn't matter and don't bother leaving comments and likes. Do it. It actually helps your favorite content creators, even outside of the political sphere. If you watch gaming content creators you really enjoy, especially if they're on the smaller side of things, your likes and engagement on their videos really, really counts, especially if you have like a close friend who does YouTube. Like and comment on every one of their videos. It's helping them out. I'm not joking. Comment down below on this video, comment down below on this video if you managed to make it through this video without having an aneurysm, or if you had to go to the hospital. If you had to comment from the hospital, let me know. If you made it through and you're okay, obviously let me know. I'm genuinely curious. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. You're way too late for that one, Lucky Otter. That, the expiration on that one has passed. It's all good. You guys can stop looking for that Chris Ray Gun clip now. If the lady get out of my car meme happened today, the right would be pissed. God, that video is so fucking funny. The original video is funny, but the Psychic Pebbles animation is also quite hilarious. I fucking love this video. Hopefully I don't get copyrighted for showing it. I feel like Psychic Pebbles might be big enough now that it could happen. God, this is my first Psychic Pebbles video I ever saw. The audio is
You are
100%
at
real.
the hospital. Administration is right here.
I'm going
Get
to
in
the
there.
emergency room, sir.
Get in there.
Where-
Get out of my car now.
Where is my
Get out
destination?
of my car now.
I don't know where I am. I'm asking you where is my destination. If you would kindly point at where I am
pulled
supposed
into
to
your
go.
destination. It said here I was at your destination. It's over. Get out of my car now.
It said
Get
1760.
out of my car now.
Sir, it said...
Get out of my car now.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you won't fucking get out of my car.
But you're not to yell at me. You are not to yell at me.
9-1.
Do it. Do it. Do it. You are facing
Get
very...
out right fucking now.
You are facing
Get
a very...
out of my car. I'm facing a fucking moron. Get out. No.
You're facing...
No.
You have no right to scream at me?
I will fucking talk to you any goddamn way I want.
Really?
Yes, I fucking will. And I have the right.
Where am I?
You're at a hospital where
Where-
you need to be. Get out of my car.
Uh-oh.
Can you get her out of my car, please?
The original video is quite good too. The original video is quite good too, but the animation makes it so much better. I feel so bad for the dude who actually had to deal with that. Yeah, that lady was so weird when I watched the original video. Like, he brought her to the destination, she just wouldn't get out. And eventually just started, like, screaming at her, "Get the fuck out of my car!" Because, like, what else can you do when someone, like, that you're an Uber driver, you've taken your passenger to their destination, and they won't get the fuck out. They're not paying you more. They're keeping you there, and you're starting to get fucking pissed and panicked that this woman's gonna, like, put you in a situation where you might have to put your hands on her to get her out of your car, and that could end badly for you if you're, like, a big guy. You know, it's not gonna look good. What was she asking for? She claimed she didn't know where she was. She was in the hospital parking lot. She was there to visit somebody, if I remember correctly. And she wanted to be brought around to the other side of the hospital, but, like, she'd already been super rude to him throughout the drive, and she was at where she needed to be. So he was like, "No, I'm not driving you around the side of the hospital. You can get out here and walk." Just proceed as if she left. You now have a girlfriend. Congratulations. That's how you get a girlfriend right there. You give random women rides around the city, and when one just doesn't, like, refuses to get out of your car, you take her home and you've got one. You caught a girlfriend. That's how it works. They choose you. Yeah, it's exactly like a cat. Yeah. Getting a girlfriend is pretty much exactly like getting a cat. Weird champ? No, it's true. Every woman watching the stream right now agrees. Because, yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. True, yeah, exactly. Xanderhall, I know an animator that could be friends with Freedom Toons and has the same beliefs as him. His name is Hot Diggity Demon, and he does GIF his right-wing beliefs with the "I'm a centrist" BS as well. He rebranded after the shit he posted on Tumblr was pretty racist. Interesting. Yeah, I might check them out. Hey, if you've enjoyed the stream so far and you want to support the content, please consider dropping a like on the stream. It really helps me a lot. Liking my streams, VODs, and videos helps a whole lot. I really do appreciate it. And of course, if you want to support me financially and you've got the money for it and you just feel like doing so, you can always do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. You can also go to the Streamlabs link in the description where I have a merch store, and the merch is actually quite cheap because I don't have much of a profit margin on them at all, so you're really just paying for the manufacturing of them and the shipping of them. So get yourself some Xanderhall merch if you want to. I really do love seeing people get the merch and wearing it around. One day, hopefully, I'll meet a fan in public and they'll be wearing Xanderhall merch. That would be crazy. But yeah, Regardless, though, no matter how you support me, I really do appreciate it. Consider joining my fan Discord, because I also have a lot of cool stuff going on in there, such as weekly fan events in my Discord, such as watch parties and call-in streams. And on top of that, guys, there are notifications when I go live or upload that you probably will get more consistently from my Discord than you ever will from YouTube, which is really finicky about that stuff. Like, sometimes they just don't tell you. They basically fully come out, Delancer? I didn't know that. I'm operating on out of date info, I suppose. It would seem. Okay. Let's see. Let me get the next segment up. This is going to be a good segment, guys. The yelling animation reminds me of Ren and Stimpy. Me too, yeah. Definitely inspired. Anyway, alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, so before we get to the real topic of today's segment, I want to go over a tweet exchange that kinda lays out the state of the discourse in lefty politics right now, and why what Biden is doing that we're going to be talking about is so important. Excuse me. So, I was scrolling through Twitter earlier today, and I saw a tweet that had an alarming amount of likes. It's probably gotten even more by now, because these kind of tweets, especially lately, go massively viral in the online left. It seems like right now, Twitter is split between Nazis and Trump supporters, and leftists who are not going to vote and want Trump to win. Well, not really want Trump to win, but want Biden to lose. So, this is the interaction. This person says, an absolutely audacious tweet. It's incredible, really. Biden wiped out my $80,000 student loan. The first president of my lifetime to enact a policy that directly, substantially, and positively impacted my life. Freed up $800 a month, and I'd rather eat cat shit than vote for him. They go on to say that, you know, all the tweets of them, like, congratulating Biden for doing good policies, like, oh, I heard it's like, they would tweet, oh, I heard Biden did this insert good thing. If that's true, I'm gonna have to eat some dirt. And then people are, like, copy-pasting all of those tweets into the replies, and they're just replying, well, that was before he did a genocide. That was before he supported genocide. And, of course, I quote tweet it saying, 37,000 likes. Politics is really just a club to these people. And you've got this person right here who says, you're a genocide supporter, not listening to bitches like you in my replies, and they follow me. That's quite something. That is quite something. So, as you can imagine, the state of the online left is, it's quite awful. It's in a pretty bad state. A lot of people, no matter how good of a job Biden does as the president here domestically, as long as Israel is not literally in an unprecedented act of political defiance that has never happened in American history, like, completely cut off and, like, wrangled in, then they will not support Biden. This has given the Biden administration a pretty clear signal that nothing they do to appease young, progressive Gen Z voters will get them to vote for Democrats. I genuinely believe the behavior of non-voters this election, if Biden doesn't win, will decide whether or not the Democratic Party becomes the relatively left-wing party of the United States or the unambiguously centrist to center-right-leaning party of the United States, the just acting as a barely, like unironically barely different than Republicans party. Like much more like Mitt Romney than Barack Obama or Biden is what I'm talking about. Because clearly, based on what the Democratic Party is seeing here, there's absolutely no reason why they should put any work into tailoring their policies around appealing to a younger voter base. They just don't vote to begin with. And, yeah, why? So, like, what happened in the UK? Exactly. Yeah, this happened in the UK. Young people there didn't give a shit about voting. And so the progressive parties of the UK basically heavily tailor their rhetoric towards old center-left, like barely center-left leaning boomers and, like, pensioners, as they say. And, like, young progressives in the UK feel totally left behind. And it's all their fault. They were never willing to vote for the party. They were never willing to make it so that they were a constituent that these politicians relied on, like, maintaining the support of, because they don't understand how politics works. Yeah, that's pretty much the long and short of it. But regardless, it seems that Biden is still trying, and we will see, depending on the results of this election, if there even still is a democracy afterwards, what happens with the Democratic Party. Whether this is just to them, you know, Biden losing is just a sign that trying to appeal at all to young people, young radical left-wing perspectives is just pointless. It will change nothing. They will just try to keep up this faux idea that they aren't being represented no matter what. The bar will just keep getting raised, unattainably. Well, this will be the real test of that, won't it? Biden pushing for Gaza ceasefire by Ramadan. White House says, waiting on Hamas sign-off. So it seems Israel signed off, the White House has signed off, and they're waiting for Hamas to agree to not be attacking people or Israel. So let's see.
We're going to discuss the Middle East and yesterday's tragic and alarming event in North Gaza, trying to get humanitarian assistance in there. In the coming days, we're going to join with our friends in Jordan and others in providing airdrops of additional food and supplies, including possibility of a Marine corridor to deliver large amounts of humanitarian assistance. We're going to insist that Israel facilitate more trucks and more.
I don't know why the audio is so fucked up, but yeah, he's so gurgly. He is very gurgly. I get why people think he's, like, old. There is audio, like, fuckery here, probably because, like, every time he turns, it fucks up. You can tell they're using one of those mics that captures your audio, like, you can kind of hear it happening now, probably, whenever I do this, the same effect. So it's whenever he moves his face, he's kind of fucking up the audio.
More routes to get more and more people the help they need. No excuses, because the truth is, aid flowing to Gaza is nowhere nearly enough. We should be getting hundreds of trucks in, not just several.
Millions have.
Whoa, an ad. God damn it, USA Today. Come on. So yeah, Biden seems to actually be taking, at least rhetorically speaking, a pretty hardline stance, stating that the Palestinians are in a crisis, they need aid, and it's not a small amount of aid they need, but a substantial amount of aid. It's pretty significant, especially when also calling for a ceasefire. Israel has allegedly agreed to a 6-week ceasefire in Gaza. We'd all love for it to be permanent, but, you know, we take what we can get. I'm sure the Twitter lefties will find a way to raise the bar from here even higher. Remember, it's always going to be unattainable for any Democrat that's not, like, literally a communist wearing a hammer and sickle pin on their lapel. Israel has essentially agreed to a 6-week ceasefire in Gaza. that would include the release of hostages, and negotiators are now waiting for Hamas to sign off on the deal, U.S. officials said Saturday. Quote, "The ball is literally in the court of Hamas," one official said. The Israelis, quote, "have more or less accepted the framework of a deal that would include a 6-week ceasefire and the release of vulnerable hostages, including women, children, and those who are elderly or wounded," said senior administration officials, speaking on the condition of anonymity. President Joe Biden said Friday he hopes that a deal can be in place by the start of the Muslim fasting month of Ramadan, which begins March 10th. Biden is under pressure so that's 9 days from now. Biden is under pressure to call for a ceasefire as hunger and disease spread in Gaza after months of attacks by Israel following the state of the Israel-Hamas war. The U.S. began airdropping humanitarian aid into the area on Saturday, days after over 100 Palestinians... By the way, the whole, airdropping aid into Gaza, you wouldn't have heard that from any of these people. They probably don't even know about it, or if you told them about it, they would find a way to explain how it's actually the U.S. being... supportive of the genocide in some way. The U.S. began airdropping humanitarian aid into the area on Saturday, days after over 100 Palestinians were killed when witnesses said Israeli forces fired at people waiting for food in Gaza City. Officials said the airdrops would make sure that food and other commodities get to the people who need them and help prevent the looting that has plagued the delivery of goods into the region on the ground. Over 30,000 Palestinians have died in Gaza since the start of the war after Hamas militants stormed southern Israel on October 7th, killing 1,200 people and taking 250 others hostage. Negotiations on a ceasefire deal are ongoing in Doha, Qatar. Doha, Qatar? I think I got it right. And significant progress has been made over the past few weeks, officials said. But like all things, until a deal is actually done, it's not done, one official said. Hamas is yet to agree to the terms of the deal, officials said. Biden spoke with the Emir of Qatar, Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. I know this guy. Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, about the framework of the deal and about other issues that still need to be resolved. The question, officials said, is whether Hamas is committed to releasing hostages as part of any agreement. The hostages have to be released, one official said. Is Hamas committed to do that? That's really the main issue now. I don't know, guys. Here's the thing. The outcome of this will be what really decides whether people start to sway in any way, shape, or form more into Biden's favor on the left. No 8 days? Oh, no, it's the 2nd. I totally forgot. I thought it was the 1st. My bad, Lucky Otter. My bad. I thought it was the 1st. You're totally right. 8 days from now. So, what's really going to make up the decision on whether or not people's opinions towards Biden change on this issue is how this ends up turning out. And what decides how this turns out at the end of the day here, realistically, is not Israel. I actually do believe Israel won't just bomb countless civilians during the ceasefire out of nowhere. They will continue to bomb civilians if Hamas doesn't agree to the ceasefire, or if Hamas breaks the ceasefire. And God knows what will happen if we aren't able to continue it after the 6-week agreement, if it does get agreed to in the first place. The problem is Hamas is, well, it is a terror group, and they do want to genocide Jews. You have to understand, many of the Muslim extremists around Israel that attack Israel don't just do so because Israel is an imperialistic regime that is taking their land and killing their people. They also do it because they are anti-Semitic, you know? It's like they unironically, they have their justifications of racism or anti-Semitism justified by the fact that Israel is attacking them and it's a mostly Jewish nation. So it's twofold, and we need to remember that just because the aggression from Israel could go away does not mean that the hatred towards Israel is going to go away for a lot of reasons. Yeah, it's a self-reinforcing cycle, too, because many Israelis are also quite Islamophobic. Xanderhall, why won't Twitter progressives vote for Biden, either if they do or do not get what they want? They want a virtue signal. What can I say to Lancer? Like, people like this just like virtue signaling. They don't care about what happens. And once again, I will ask you to remember, when it comes to these Twitter lefties, when it comes to a public figure on the left, whatever it may be, I want you to think about how much of their social status and success, their popularity, and their bottom line relies, or at least would be heavily improved by, Donald Trump winning the election and us getting at the very least 4 more years of wall-to-wall, insane Trump coverage. Remember, a lot of these people, either for entertainment, social status, or money, have a vested interest, even if they are on the left, in Trump winning. It is simply in their best interest for that to happen. Most big public, being a big public figure makes you relatively outside of the issues that are going to be faced by the average American if Trump wins, at least in the short term. Which means calling for, like, Biden bad shit is easy views. Trump winning means way more easy views, and you can worry about the future when it comes to it. They can justify it by saying, well, you know, maybe if Trump does win, it'll radicalize people further left, and then we can have a revolution. Their batshit ideas are, they've never made sense, but you got to think about who's benefiting from what here. Yeah, to be fair, the current leadership, which is Hamas in Palestine, was to the Palestinian people, from their perspective, better than the alternative. They did elect them, but when, you know, they've got the guns and the power and the force in Gaza besides Israel, so, like, it's not as if the children of Palestine could just kind of rise up and overthrow Hamas and be like, okay, Israel, we're good. And even then, nothing will stop Israel from taking Gaza. Like, the land of Palestine will never stop being taken by Israel. They believe it all belongs to them, like God ordained by right. So they'll never stop displacing the Palestinians. That will never end. Like, the killing and the shooting and the bombing might end, but the get off this land at the, you know, threat of gunpoint, that'll never stop. Yeah. And the sad part is that, unfortunately, Israel is possibly one of the most valuable assets America as an entity has on the world scale. We simply could not have the level of power we have on a global level today if it weren't for the existence of Israel. Like, to just drop them, cut them off, some, like, fantasy suggestion, I guess, that Twitter lefties would suggest, it would be the end of American world dominance, which sounds good, but, as an American, no, that would not be good. No, we like being number one. I want to keep that going. Big fan of that. America number one. Comment down below, America number one, if you watch this far. America number one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. There's definitely a similarity there, I must say. I give up on the Chris Ray Gun clip. Did you hear me before, Nessingwary, say that, like, it's all good, we don't need the clip, it's, that segment expired a while ago? Like, I needed the clip for that specific argument in that specific segment, and that time has long passed, my friends. But I appreciate you looking. I do appreciate it. Nice. All right, let me bring up the next one, and then I'll go ahead and do a little call to action. Let's see.
Yes. Here.
No. You didn't know who that was. You didn't hear that. That didn't happen. You didn't hear it. You didn't hear it. You didn't hear it. Well, hey, if you're enjoying the stream so far and you want to support my content, please consider leaving a like. It really does help a lot. Every single thumbs up basically twists YouTube's arm into pushing my content in the algorithm to far more people than they're recommended, which makes it more likely they click on the video and they watch me and they subscribe and then they like and then more people click, it's a cycle. So consider dropping a like. It really does help. Every single one counts. It's totally free and it just takes half a second. And of course, if you want to go the extra mile and you want to support me financially, you can always do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. But with all that said, no matter how you support me, I really do appreciate it. You can also buy merch down below through the Streamlabs link in the description, and you can join my fan Discord where we do weekly Friday events such as movie nights and call-in streams. So get excited for that. Next Friday is going to be a call-in stream, so get hyped. I respect it, Malifors. I respect it. God, my throat is sore today. Good thing I've got tomorrow off. I found this channel through Tipster, who I found because of the algorithm pushing one of his Illuminati videos. Liking works. Liking really does work. But like I said, like lefty content, like viewers, like and engage with the content they watch so much less than conservative stuff viewers do. The algorithm isn't tweaked to specifically promote conservative content. It's just that left-wing content viewers are less motivated to support their favorite content creators in every single way than right-wing ones are, right? Because all the hysteria. Like right now we've got 259 people watching and 141 likes. That's a lot of likes and I appreciate every single one, but that's still a lot less likes than viewers. And if the like ratio is closer to the viewer ratio, there'd be more people watching. That's just how YouTube works. So if you ever wonder why does right-wing content get less views, or more views, way more views, and pushed by the algorithm way more than left-wing content, look no further than whether or not you've liked the left-wing video you're watching at this very moment. That is the answer to your question. The algorithm isn't, like, fixed in favor of conservatives, it's just fixed in favor of who makes YouTube the most money by getting the most views and the most engagement. And that's all dependent on the audience. Like a good example of a lefty who wants Trump to win but also say Biden is bad is the Humanist Report and Rational National and other lefties who not stop talks about Biden is bad but only do small coverage about Trump's but won't talk about how Trump turnout numbers should worry Republicans, then excited them. Yeah. That's good to hear, Malifors. I'm glad you like the positivity. If there's one good thing that came out of this recent conflict, it's the fact that Israel has single-handedly polarized the world, and especially Gen Z, against the state's oppression of Palestine. Yeah, there's at least been one good, silver lining there, you know? People know about this now. And people who don't care have had to go on, rants about how, I don't want to talk about it, I don't care, I don't want to talk about it. And it makes them look bad. Anyway. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Gosh, my shirt is on all weird. Alright, everybody. So, this is an interesting video, and I don't really know what arguments we're going to be tackling here. It's surprisingly long for this type of topic, but we haven't checked out Sydney Watson in quite some time, so I thought I thought we'd drop in, pop in, check it out, see what she's been up to. And her most recent video was 11 days ago, and it's called The Children of OnlyFans Mothers. It's got 25,000 likes and 337,000 views. God damn, that's a lot of support. Like I said, I made that argument before. The conservative content viewers be dropping those likes. You see, there's this trend of young men and Gen Z viewing OnlyFans and other entrepreneurial, self-made sex work sites like that as a corruptive force that is using money to lure pure young women into making horrible decisions they can never take back. The problem is, in a way, this is partially true. Much like YouTube, 99% of OnlyFans models will never see any real success or money that's, worth making it their full-time job, or certainly worth like getting images and videos of them doing sex acts out on the internet. It's a very small percentage that'll ever reach that point, like infinitesimally small. However, many young women, they turn 18, and one of the first things they do is they make an OnlyFans account. And, like, some dudes probably follow it. And then very quickly they realize, wow, after, I don't know, a few months, a year, whatever it may be, much like any other online career pursuit, it's not really profitable. And so they shut it down. And they try to go get, like, a normal wage KG job, right? But then, next thing they know, there are guys sending photos from their OnlyFans to their family, their friends, their boss, their co-workers, shit like that. I'm not making up a story right now. That has happened. Now, is that a problem with sex work or sex workers? No, I'm not going to delude myself into thinking so. It's more so a problem with the men, primarily, who consume that content and view sex workers as, you know, their wank material and their, like, entertainment. Right? There are a lot of people who love harassing sex workers and trying to ruin their lives, right? Famously sending nudes to their family members, right? And friends, partners, you know, whatever it may be. Regardless, though, besides that, there's a lot of discussion around OnlyFans models. Isn't that kind of revenge porn? That is just revenge porn, straight up. It's not kind of revenge porn, it just is revenge porn. However, moving from that, there's more discussion around the concept of, like, is it bad for sex workers to be parents, particularly mothers? Like, the very common talking point is, imagine being, like, 12 years old or 13 years old, and you go to school, and your friends find out your mom was a OnlyFans girl, and they all have photos of her naked, and they're all, like, dogging on you. I'm gonna be honest, even I imagine that scenario, and it makes me wanna just delete my profile and start a new one. If you know what I mean. Just start a new game. Right? Delete this profile. It's very much a horrifying thought, I must say. The amount of, you know, stigmatization around it that would lead to massive amounts of harassment and derision. It's a scary thought. And so the argument is basically, you wouldn't want a kid to have a mom who's a sex worker, because think about the harassment we'll do to them, right? We have to harass sex workers, otherwise we'll have to harass their kids. It doesn't really make much sense when you think about it. The more logical conclusion would be, maybe I should fight to destigmatize this so people can do their non-harmless job and it doesn't have any impact on their kids, right? But no, it's far more profitable to sensationalize this and make a video called The Children of OnlyFans Mothers. There's also some weird content out there I've heard where it's like moms that make OnlyFans content sexualizing like breastfeeding and stuff. I feel like OnlyFans probably doesn't allow that type of content, but she might touch on that. I know that was like a big thing back in 2016 on YouTube. Like, there would be mom breastfeeding channels that were clearly sexualizing it on YouTube, kind of like the naked yoga loophole. And if you don't believe me, go on YouTube right now and search naked yoga and see what comes up. It's real. So yeah, I wonder if she'll talk about that too and try to say this is like some broad moral condemnation that applies to all women that do OnlyFans.
Yes, here we are again together, crying inside.
Wow, so quirky.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And as per usual, before we launch in, today's video is sponsored by me and my new company, Lions Tea Exchange, which...
Man, all these people are starting their own companies now. Even once their YouTube channels fall flat, they've got like their own non-connected to their brand, their conservative brand, like sneaking into the market, like companies. Like the Quartering's got coffee, Sydney Watson's got tea. Jesus Christ. I will say, I do think the left needs to put a lot more effort conceptually into financial responsibility. The right loves glorifying investing, starting businesses, all that kind of stuff. And a large part of that has to do with stuff like one of the easiest ways to get into investing is to buy a house. Like, buy a house and then become a landlord. Like, that is the step one for the average American, the best way to increase your social status in America. Buy a house, buy another house once you're able to afford it, and then rent out the previous house and become a landlord. It sucks to be a landlord. You could be a good landlord, but being on the left, a lot of people just simply have a moral disgust at that idea. The same goes for, like, investing in stocks. There's nothing wrong with investing in stocks. I invest in stocks. I haven't made a lot of money from it, and I invest very low risk, low reward, but I still invest in stocks, and I hope to eventually be able to, see that little number climb over time, And I think a lot more people need to get into it. I would never, become a stock YouTuber, like a stocks or crypto sort of bro or recommendation YouTuber, because, then I put a lot of people's financial security, it becomes my responsibility when I give that kind of advice. But regardless, I would encourage you guys to check it out if you can. If you can put aside $10 per paycheck into investing, it's worth it. It's worth it. You can just keep on adding it up over time. And then, of course, you've got the increase in the general market, like invest in an index fund, like the S&P 500, really strong one, a really safe one, that just basically has an overall, upwards trajectory over time. And over time, you'll have a pretty general increase in funds. It's not going to make you a millionaire by any means, but maybe you learn more about stocks and it ends up being your intro, and maybe you end up deciding to sell when that stock is high and take the money that you've made and invest it in something a little higher risk, higher reward, and maybe get involved in one of those Wall Street bets market manipulation things. I don't know. But regardless, I do think the right needs to lose this monopoly on starting businesses off of YouTube content and genuinely engaging in financial responsibility. Like Hassan, for example, he has so much money he could actually start a real business, but he just kind of doesn't. For some reason, he could literally start, I don't know, a coffee brand or something. It's, ethically made or sourced or whatever. I don't know. My principles limit me. I do think the left is unironically hindered to the point where it cannot win in some ways by some of its more, fanatically held principles. Principles aren't bad. Fanatically held principles, I think there's areas where things can be bent.
Which, if you haven't checked out, you definitely should, because the tea is great and you'll love it, and it's linked in the description box. Now, if you have been here for any length of time orbiting this planet of insanity and sadness, you will already be aware that I have covered the topic of OnlyFans a bunch on this channel.
Wow, I just realized that she's obnoxious and I should speed up this video or we're gonna be here for a while. There we go.
But what I have never discussed, at least in detail, is the effect that this is having and potentially going to have going forward on children whose parents make adult content. Because I'm sure this issue is going—
This has always been a thing, and there's been no evidence supplied by conservative red pill people whatsoever that OnlyFans has seen a substantial percentage of women get into sex work. Conservatives would literally have you believe that 2, 3, 4, or even 5% of women, maybe more, are into OnlyFans or sex work. They would genuinely have you believe that in America, a non below 1% amount of women are doing sex work in America. Genuinely psychotic. These people live on the internet. Their political values are based on what they see on the internet. And that is what has been leading people who think this way since, as far as I've followed it, since Gamergate. But I'm sure it's been well since before then. Before that, it was what was on TV, and then what was on the radio, and then what they saw in the newspaper, and then you can go back further to what they saw on the Daily Stone tablet inscription.
Going to be really fun for everyone going forward. As OnlyFans continues to gain traction and popularity, as more and more women seem to view this platform as a legitimate means of making a decent income, it seems that there will inevitably be consequences for families. Now, what specifically made me want to talk about this issue was a post I saw on Reddit
I would say roughly the same I'd say roughly the same percentage of OnlyFans models are making a living off of it financially as YouTubers. Granted, there are probably many women outside of America who are making their money off of OnlyFans and USD, and so maybe they've got like a much better quality of life because they got more buying power with those US dollars they're getting in like whatever country they're in. But on average, like much like YouTube, most content creators on YouTube don't make anywhere close to enough money to even be considered minimum wage. Not even close to like 10% of YouTubers make minimum wage amounts off of YouTube. Not even close. I imagine it's much the same for OnlyFans. Trust me, it is not a viable source of income that many people are like sticking with long term. There is a very, like, you have selection bias when it comes to, like, if you just look at YouTube, you'd think there's millions of big YouTubers. Because you look around, there's big YouTubers everywhere. You look at the internet or on Twitter where the OnlyFans models post, you'd think everyone's an OnlyFans model. But that's just where all the OnlyFans models are posting, so you have a selection bias.
Too long ago. Not counting for the fact that it is the internet's butt. A woman asked the subreddit, am I the a-hole, if she is in fact the a-hole for continuing to stream and post content on OnlyFans, Kick, and Twitch while her son is being bullied for it. Yeah. Probably. In the post, the mother says that she is a single parent who has been using platforms like OnlyFans and Twitch for income, netting way more than she's ever earned in any other job. However...
This is a throwaway account, for one. And on top of that, this is Am I the Asshole, the most famous subreddit for making up stories of all time. 50% of stories, at best, you read on this subreddit are made up. I guarantee you this is not a true story. But you know what? We'll give it the charitability of pretending like it is true. Like, does she think I don't know about Am I the Asshole?
Yeah. Probably. In the post, the mother says that she is a single parent who has been using platforms like OnlyFans and Twitch for income, netting way more than she's ever earned in any other job. However, despite the financial payoff, her 14-year-old son told her he is being teased by his classmates because of his mother's content, leaving him feeling humiliated and alone. The woman finished her post by writing, I'm torn between the need to maintain our financial security and the negative effects my career is having on my son. I strive to be a good mother and provider, but I'm questioning if I'm failing him.
I like how Sydney Watson's response to this, like, very, like, well-reasoned post is like, yeah, you are the asshole. When, like, she's literally saying, I really don't want my kid to get bullied and stuff, but this is literally our financial security. I need to keep, like, a roof above my son's head and, like, food on the table, you know, stuff like that. His classmates would never know. I refuse to believe this. That's definitely part, like, a hole in the story, but it's possible she's a somewhat successful OnlyFans model. But then at the same time, you could just homeschool your kid. If you work from home like that, and, like, you've got, like, a decent income, so much so that, like, it's worth continuing OnlyFans and whatnot rather than, getting a normal job, then you probably could just do homeschooling, right? It just doesn't really seem like this is a realistic story. It feels very much like this is I'm a 15-year-old boy who hates those OnlyFans whores and made up a story on a throwaway account on Reddit so I can read the comments of people agreeing or calling this woman the asshole. In the it really seems like just another one of those made-up Am I the Asshole stories that's clearly politically motivated. Xanderhall, maybe we should fix the problems with capitalism so women shouldn't be forced to do these things? Yeah, maybe we should do that, but, you know, that's never happening.
Him in other ways. Am I the a-hole for continuing this work despite the emotional cost it's having on my son? Ma'am, is the answer not obvious in the way that you have articulated this? Can you not read the room? The comments reacting to this post were very divided.
I'm sorry. I feel like the pressure to keep food in my child's belly and a roof above their head and electricity on so they're not cold at night and hot during the day and they have light to study and do their homework. Those things are kind of high priority for me, you know? And if I was a parent in this situation, I would feel quite torn on what the correct decision is. Because at the end of the day, teasing is teasing, but at least the kid's getting, you know, ends are being met. He'll understand when he's older, you know? I don't know, I'm imagining myself in her position, and I kind of get it.
With people saying that she is the a-hole because she's contributing to the emotional anguish of her child, and it's absurd that she's surprised by this at all.
Well, this is not the assholes, what this person's saying, I think.
While others suggested that it's better to be financially stable, even...
That last one said yes, asshole. This one's not asshole.
If the job is embarrassing for her son. Yes, I tend to agree that living in a cardboard box is probably not the go. But neither is letting your kid get emotionally beaten to a pulp because you want to take your clothes off on the internet for $15.
Okay, no one said beaten to a pulp. Okay, so we're all right. Look at the joy in her eyes as she makes this argument too at the thought of her son getting beaten. Like, oh, I just made a really good argument. Beaten to a pulp? Okay, so for one, it is it not more of an objective that like schools should not be facilitating kids being beaten to a pulp because of what their parents do for a living? Like, don't you think that is like more of a problem worth addressing? Like, at all, rather than seeing it as like a justice act? Like, yes, this is justice. This is an act of nature. One thing you have to remember is that conservatives are just sort of fundamentally in favor of children getting bullied. They defend it constantly. They leave comments saying more children need to get bullied. Like, kids need to get bullied more. We need to bring back bullying. They love saying that because they are fundamentally, politically, ideologically in favor of children being bullied. They see it as character building. What they see it as is fun, but the character building thing almost makes it sound like they're good guys for being in favor of it. So, yeah, literally demonic take there. Literally nothing was said there about the kid getting beaten up or attacked, just teased. So we're really jumping the gun.
A month. Now, a short time later, the mother posted an update. After a long discussion with her son about his feelings, the woman said that she has decided to disable her OnlyFans and will move away from inappropriate content completely. To many people, this...
The thing is, though, like, that doesn't change anything. Like, you do realize that, like, that doesn't change anything whatsoever because those photos are now out there. If the classmates knew about the OnlyFans account and they supposedly had images and, like, could verify it with their own eyes, then, like, the fact that she stopped doesn't change the images from existing or even being on those people's phones for all we know. Those kids' phones for all we know. And then on top of that, like, now you've cut off that source of income and, like, the kids aren't going to stop making fun of him because... Like it's going to go from, ha, your mom's a whore, to, ha, your mom was a whore. Like, it's not going to change at all. It's just now, ha, your mom was a whore, and also you've, lost out on an immense amount of income. I guarantee you this is a made-up-ass story.
Probably seems to be the most obvious solution to the problem. And even though the damage might already be done because the images and content are already out there, at least the mother is listening to her child and taking action. But the interesting thing here is that the reaction of this mother in this particular case doesn't actually seem to be the norm. And I know what you're probably thinking here, but Sydney, this is just you basing this off of a bunch of anecdotes that you found around the internet. And you would be right.
Yes. As Lauren Southern famously said, though, data is the plural of anecdote. So if you watch enough YouTube videos of things happening online or enough Twitter videos, then you can reasonably say that there is a trend on par with like a spike on a data graph.
Because it's not like we have a bunch of statistics about mothers deleting their not safe for work content off the internet because it made their child sad. Although with how things are progressing and given enough time, I don't think we're too far off. That revelation makes me terribly unhappy. Most of the stories that I've read, the women particularly who I have listened to, and the other anecdotes...
Man, women having freedom sucks, huh? Yeah, does she not realize that, like, retired porn stars have had kids for, like, decades? Like, we've had porn since the 60s and 50s, like, in video form. I'm pretty sure you've had it in visual form since before then. Like, those people had kids. They were fine. Like, also, I feel like there's a certain status of porn star where it's like, you're almost not going to get any shit, right? Like, I honestly feel like there's a certain point where you'd honestly just kind of be respected a little bit, you know? Like, if they're famous enough of a porn star, like if Mia Khalifa had a kid, I feel like the kid wouldn't be made fun of. I feel like the kid would almost be popular. Like, holy shit, Mia Khalifa's your mom? Can I come over to your house? Can I play video games at your house? Can I come to your birthday party? Oh, hello. Hi. Nice to meet you. My friend here's told me so much about you. You know, like, I feel like that's how it would go.
that I have collected from around the internet seem to have one very common thread. And that is, these children are being bullied relentlessly, not only by their peers, but generally by, I guess, wider society. They are being punished for the content that their mums and sometimes dads post and make online. The parents are aware of this, but they don't intend to stop. Not to mention, the young OnlyFans women who don't yet have children but want them in the future are incredibly flippant and very cavalier about how this will affect their little ones somewhere down the road. So that's what we're going to talk about today.
I do think there's some truth in that, but like, so? The objective is for there not to be stigmatization. Like, you're trying to create, this video's goal is to make stigma, which will be the consequences these kids have to face. Like, they are pretending as though it's like the snake who's bitten you, telling you you have to, like, let it bite you more to be cured of its venom. You know, like, that's not how it works. You have to, you know, fight to destigmatize this kind of stuff, so by the time these women do have kids, it's seen as a normal, fine thing. But that's not what she wants. The problem isn't that these kids could be bullied. The problem is that sex work is normalized at all. She is ideologically opposed to women having the freedom to have sex work as a viable option career-wise. The thing is, arguing against women's freedoms does not look very good. Even as a woman, it doesn't look very good. So she's trying to take this sort of maternal, like, I know what's better for women approach. Like, the left is actually, you know, they don't know what's good for women. I do. The right does. Freedom doesn't actually help women. It hurts them. They can't make good choices. Look at them.
The children of OnlyFans parents, and more specifically mothers, because there's just more of them, and what on earth is going on here? And of course, once again, all of my regular disclaimers, this is by no means an exhaustive video. I am not going to hit every single point of this topic in this video. This is a snapshot that is based on observation, my opinion, and a little bit of analysis, because once again, we do lack, you know, meaningful empirical evidence that might help us explain some of what's going on and some of the effects and consequences that come along with this topic, which I feel like is obvious, but I always have to say. So with that being said, and before you once again board my hell gondola and together we traverse this river of sadness and cry tears of more sadness for Generation Alpha, who I am assuming are the primary generation who's going to be affected by this, let's hear from today's sponsor, which is me, Lions Tea Exchange.
More? Okay, all right. I think we're gonna, okay, we're gonna skip past this second sponsor segment of her own company in the video. Like, every time I start to feel bad for doing a call to action, like I'm maybe being too e-beggy or something like that, I cover one of these videos and I immediately see these people get away with 1,000 times more e-beggar behavior. And I'm just like, yeah, you guys need to comment down below on this video to increase engagement and leave a like. You guys can't give me shit for asking for that. Leave a like and comment down below when this goes out as a video. Seriously, it helps a lot. I don't know. Leave a comment with your favorite food. That I'm actually curious if actually no, you know what I'm curious about? Comment down below what your favorite American fast food restaurant is. Mine is Five Guys. I want to see if there are more Five Guys homies in the audience. Like, I want to see how many people concur with my Five Guys take being the best fast food in America. I mean, it's borderline not even fast food. It's almost like crossing over into, like, restaurant food. But regardless, I think it classifies as fast food. You can get it to go, like, through a drive-thru in some places. So, yeah. Yeah, do you like putting Five Guys in your mouth? Comment down below what your answer is. But seriously, I want to know how many Five Guys people I got in my audience. Regardless, though, In-N-Out's okay. It's like budget Five Guys. In-N-Out is cheaper Five Guys. It's good. I went to In-N-Out. I had some. And, like, the burgers, the fries weren't as good, but the burger in particular, it was like a thinner, lighter, less food, but substantially cheaper in price Five Guys. Like, if there was no Five Guys around or I needed to, like, eat something on a budget and I was in the mood for Five Guys, In-N-Out would unironically, like, you know, that would hit the spot. Yeah, you gotta go in and out of Five Guys constantly, yeah. Yeah. I like Five Guys, but it is kind of expensive, isn't it? Yes, it's quite expensive. Five Guys is a little overpriced. We should stop talking about restaurants now and skip this spot. Haha! I love how the peak viewership on this video is after the sponsor segment because everyone fucking skips it because no one gives a shit about her stupid tea.
Go and order the tea. You know you want to. In late 2023, a woman called Sarah Cheek and her family were banned from an ice rink in their Florida town. During an ice hockey game, her 9-year-old son was involved in an altercation instigated by another player. A parent in the stands reportedly cheered when the child was hurt, while others ridiculed the boy. Cheek and her husband confronted the parents, which led to a bigger conflict, where she was reportedly threatened with physical violence. A few days later, as a result of these events, Cheek and her family were banned from—
Okay, how is she going to twist this into this mother is selfish for not caving to societal pressure and the abuse she's receiving for her line of work, that there's no excuse for and no justification for? Like, how is she the bad guy in this and not the people who assaulted her child and the people who, like, kicked her out of the skating? Like, really? Really? This is where we're at? And it's fucking Florida. I believe this story.
From the rink, while the other parents involved—
Plus, I recognize this station. I know it's real.
—were not. Sarah Cheek is well known in her community for producing content on OnlyFans. She also—
Okay, hold on. Let me write that down. One sec, chat. One sec. Sarah Cheek. Okay, save that. Saving that for later. Okay, nope, just, saving that name for later. Don't worry about it.
Appeared on the cover of Playboy and now has a pretty solid gig doing sports commentary. During an interview with WFLA, Cheek and her husband Matt were asked if it makes them anxious knowing that anyone can subscribe to her OnlyFans and subsequently affect their 4 kids. Matt Cheek answered no.
It doesn't make me anxious because the way that I look at it is it shouldn't impact my 4 kids.
That is a Florida man right there. Look at this man's Salt Laugh shirt. This guy loves MILFs. This guy, he loves fishing. Look at that, the Salt Life shirt. This is a Florida man. This is a Florida man right here. He just cares about fishing.
Think that it's okay to treat a child anyway, based on the parents' job.
Having things happen.
I like how we're like Sydney Watson is saying, "Is this you?" and then showing us like the most base thing ever, and it's like this family that's like absolutely like happy. They're being discriminated against, which sucks, but they've got money, clearly. Happy couple, happy family. Like, yeah. How are they the bad guys? I'm curious, Sydney Watson. Let's say you frame these people as the bad guys somehow.
Happened to our children has been really hard because we turn off work. We're parents in that situation. And to see them get affected, it's probably the most heartbreaking thing anybody can experience.
The pair also claim that this isn't even the first time Cheek's explicit content has affected their children. In the past few years, she has been banned from attending her daughter's cheerleading events, and her sons were booted from their football league. One of the pair's sons was even suspended.
What? Why getting banned from events? For like the kid? Like, really? Really? Okay. Can we start with like the hilarious elephant in the room? Okay. Imagine the school banning an adult woman whose day job or night job, whatever you want to call it, is to do sex work online. Nothing to do with like when she goes out in public and is living her life at an event which is a school cheerleading event. Like, I don't know why we still have high school cheerleaders being a thing. I appreciate that in recent years we've made the like costumes, whatever, more modest, but it is still conceptually a little weird, especially the way that like the dads talk about it. You guys know. If you guys lived in like a smaller town that had like events hosted at the stadium, they had cheerleaders, and you heard what like the boomer creepo dads would say when you were in the stands, like, you know. And maybe you didn't even think about it that deep because you were, you know, like a 16-year-old at the time. And so, like, hearing adults talk that way about 16-year-olds that you found attractive because you were 16, it doesn't really click for you. But then you look back at that as an adult and you're like, oh, those guys were fucking creeps. Like, a lot of the dads that are just sitting there watching that not all of them, but a lot of the men watching those cheerleading events, kind of creepy, you know? Regardless, though, it's hilarious that the adult woman who keeps the sexual stuff at home, it's her job, is getting, like, booted out of an event like that.
from school. I think most of us can agree that punishing a child for the sins of their parents is...
The sins? The sins of their parents? Providing for their family?
Probably not the way to go. But for parents to act surprised and blindsided when these things inevitably happen in these situations is wild. Like, people gonna people. I feel like that's pretty well established.
This is how they justify, like, this is why you shouldn't in any way advocate for destigmatization of things that people find bad, but there are no real reasons to find bad. The only real reason it's bad or harmful is because people gonna people. You can't change that. Just accept it and go with what society tries to force you into. Don't fight society. Be a bitch to society. Fall into the mold that it wants you to be. Get hammered into what society wants you to be. Don't be an individual. Don't think for yourself. Be an NPC. Be one of millions and be content.
Now, I don't have pudding people as of yet, but I would assume that a general consensus among decent parents is that if you're doing something that causes your child harm or distress or pain, whether it be physical or emotional, you stop. The same thing would go...
I like the implication here that, like, doing it is what is causing the kids pain, not people's shitty opinions about it are what's causing them pain. Can you imagine the same argument, like, gay parents, like a kid has gay parents and because of that is getting teased at school, and it's like, the fact that you won't break up with your boyfriend and get with a woman, as you probably should, you are hurting your children. The fact you won't stop hurting your children is disgusting. You're abusing your children. Like, that is the argument they use? That is the argument they use. I can't imagine her saying that, to be fair.
For any other relationship with a person you love and care about, like a spouse or a parent or a close friend. But that dynamic is really exacerbated when you are dealing with a child, someone who can't just often cut you out of their lives and over whom you have a degree of control. But rather than doing that, identifying that OnlyFans and the creation of explicit content is causing children pain and stopping, the Cheeks have done what many other content creators in similar situations...
No, it's bullying. Bullying is what's causing children pain. But you don't want to say bullying is bad because like 50% of your viewers would get pissed off at that statement because they're the people who say kids need to be bullied, otherwise they'll become trans or they'll be allowed to fall into their gay urges or whatever.
Have also done. Blamed everyone else and going down. This is actually an attitude that I came across again and again while looking into this topic, and I suppose it brings me to my first point about this issue. These people seem to believe that sex work, as they call it, is as innocuous as any other profession.
Sex work, as they call it. Okay, how is it not innocuous in a way that doesn't involve people having a bad stigma towards it? How is it objectively, in a vacuum, a bad thing?
And if it makes them feel good, then really no harm done. In July 2021, in another Reddit post, a mother allegedly likened her OnlyFans content to working in a bank or a grocery store. Okay.
It's bad because of bullying again. Once again. So there's literally there's no world in which it's bad, like, objectively, in a vacuum. It's all just people react and treat others in a bad way and stigmatize it negatively. And if we stopped, then none of these things would be a problem. But we have to pretend like stopping that stigma is not possible. And like, the only reasonable response is to, like, go with the flow of society.
You what? The post gained media attention because the 13-year-old child who wrote it expressed that his mother's actions and content make him want to self-delete, especially after he became the target of bullies at his school. When the child tried discussing that with his mom, she apparently said that it makes her feel good about herself, making the explicit content, and that her son should be happy that she's more confident now. I feel like this is the same argument that meth heads make, except rather than making them feel more confident, I guess it just deadens them inside. Probably just like how this little boy is currently feeling. That got dark. The flippancy and the arguable selfishness expressed...
I feel like a kid being suicidal because of the parent's job is a really weird explanation. Normal people aren't suicidal because of inconsequential things that don't physically, like, destroy their quality of life in a realistic way, right? Like, clearly it's bullying. Like, as they said, bullying and taunting is what's causing the depression. And clearly there's already a pre-existing state of lessened mental health quality in this child to begin with. Normal people don't feel suicidal. it comes with already pre-existing non-correctly functioning brain chemistry coinciding with usually a genuinely really bad thing happening to them to cause it, which is bullying here. Once again, Sydney Watson can't just say bullying is bad. We should be anti-bullying.
In this post reminded me a lot of an interview on the Other People's Lives podcast from February 2023. The hosts, Joe and Greg, interviewed a...
They're scheduled ahead of time, Water. I can't control when my stream... That's not how it works, Water.
Woman who makes explicit content with her husband and other men. This is gonna be great. During the episode, Joe and Greg asked the woman about how her chosen profession affects her 3 children, 2 of her older daughters being 11 and 14 at the time of recording. She said that in order to circumvent them finding out about her quote-unquote job from other people, she opted to tell them herself. I would love to be a fly on the wall while these conversations are going down. Mommy, why am I being bullied at school? I'm sorry, Marta. It's 2024 and sex work is real work and I put all my areolas on the internet to pay for your piano lessons. I'm sorry.
I think it might be like paying to keep food in their kid's stomach and a roof over their head. I like in the made up scenario skit she did. It's a simplification that it's like, oh yeah, they already have plenty of spare income. As if there's a day job or something. This is just, extra side money. It's just for fun, It's not like there are, mothers that are doing it as their source of income to keep their children fed and clothed, Is she one of those pick-me's that feels women are lesser? If she is, then why would we listen to her by logic? So, a good example of why... I feel like this is where we can start wrapping up this segment anyway, because she's just kind of being, smugly wrong and repeating the same arguments that the kids will get bullied, bullying isn't the problem, it's the fact that the kids will get bullied. You have to do what the bullies want. Yeah, that's always the message you want to get. Do what the bullies want, give in to bullies. That is of course the message that Sydney Watson wants you to get from this video. But yeah, let me give you an example. My friend has a roommate, or actually 2 roommates that are not really one of them's pretty goddamn conservative. The other one is not really political all that much, but both of them watch Brett Cooper. And both of them completely stopped watching Brett Cooper recently. Just a couple days after she announced that she was getting married. That's why people watch Sydney Watson. That's all you need to know. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Thoughts, chat? Did you enjoy? Did you like? Good segment. Nice. Glad to see you guys enjoyed it. Scapegoat, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Said Xander Hall listens to Stacy's mom unironically. I absolutely do. For multiple reasons. 1, it's a banger. 2, rest in peace to the lead singer of that band. And of course, on top of that, I mean, I agree with the morals of the song. It's just based. I came just for the end of the segment, sad peepo face, or sad, crying face. It's okay, PLK. It's alright. You made it here in time for the rest of the stream, though. It's all good. Here, let me update the dono goal really fast. Please consider dropping a like on the stream if you want to support it. It's completely free and it really does help a lot. I see there's 253 people watching right now and only 176 people have liked the stream. Come on, drop a like. Seriously, every single one does count and it really does help the stream a whole lot. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to update the dono goal really fast. Consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website to support me financially. It really helps to afford new stuff for the Quail content that's coming up, but, getting a new camera and all the stuff I need for it's going to be expensive, so, your support really helps. It helps me to save up for all these things. And, of course, no matter how you support me, thank you just for being here. It was alright to Lancer. I expected it to be a lot better. Like, a lot better. I feel a little disappointed, to be honest with you. So did Ethan. But we're hoping that Dune 2 ends up sort of retroactively making Dune Part 1 better. Because I really do, like, I'll admit, I was kind of rooting for the movie to end soon in the last third there. Because, like, I was tired, and the movie hadn't gotten so interesting that I felt like fighting the tiredness to keep watching it. It was very much like if I was watching it on my own time, I might have even, like, turned it off and not watched the rest and just said, not for me. Yeah. Same. Apparently Dune 2 is a masterpiece, but if it's not, if I have the same opinion of Dune Part 2, I'm not going to watch any more Dune stuff, I'm going to be honest. I'm just going to, like, chalk it up to the fad that I originally thought it was, and kind of not care. Hopefully Dune Part 2 is great. Don't worry, Dune 2 is great. I saw it last night and had the theater to myself somehow. That's not a good sign. What Fallout 4 build should I do while listening to stream? Oh yeah, that was good. Just got a really good back crack there. Sorry, chat. Also, do you see what my shirt says? Official Cooter Inspector. But it means turtle. It's from the Cooter Festival. Cooter Festival in Florida. I got this many years ago in Florida. And it says, Official Cooter Inspector. Or licensed, I believe it says. No, it's official. Yeah, Official Cooter Inspector. On the back. Yeah, that's right. I inspect cooters. Alright, I need to go pee, and I need to make myself some food. I'm gonna throw a spaghetti in the microwave for a moment. It won't take very long, so I'll be back with food in just a moment. In the meantime, though, let's find a video to watch while I eat. We gotta find something to fill my brain as I fill my belly. I guess we could watch Finster's coming out video, right? I refuse to make Finster's coming out video a segment, okay? We're not doing it, alright? I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. But we are gonna watch it on stream. Really quick as well.
Yeah.
I am so excited. Okay, before we watch the Finster coming out video, we gotta watch this clip compilation of Finster on the PKA podcast and FPS Russia trying very hard to get in Finster's pants. He's a bit of a transphobic chaser, which makes it all that much funnier with the way that Finster plays it off and makes it... Finster makes it really funny, trust me. I'll be right back. Chat. The vermintide extermination is almost upon us as it gets warmer and less miserable outside. When I went upstairs to make my food, I looked out my little kitchen window out to my backyard, and I saw a fucking rat on my deck. On my back deck, there was a it was small. It was a little guy, a very little guy, but it was a fucking rat. It's gonna be they're too close to my house. They aren't allowed in my yard. That's one step closer to being in my house, and that can't do. So it's gonna be about time. And for dealing with the rat, well, whatcha? Oh, can you see it? It's a Shockwave 22 piston air rifle. So I got the ammo for it and everything. I just need to zero in the scope and I'll be ready to deal with the problem. Like I literally dealt with my uncle's rat problem he had in his fucking house when I lived with him. I moved in and I was like, what's the scratching in the walls on my first night there? And he was like, oh yeah, the house has rats. I was like, in the walls and in the attic? Yeah, they come out from behind the hot water heater. I was like, oh, okay. And eventually solved that problem with an air rifle not too different from that. Be a cat. Be a cat. Just become a cat. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you have cats, you don't even have to worry about it. Yeah, they were in the walls of my uncle's house, but we handled that problem real good. Real goddamn good. Really quick, hold on. Helldivers, always sunny. There's a meme for this. This is gonna be me. After I go into my backyard in the night and turn all of my green and red lights on, and I'm all Bravo team going dark on their asses.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, what's going on there, pal?
Oh my God! I just found a rat's nest. Slaughtered about 200 of them.
200? Couldn't be. That's
Christ. It's like whole generations of those things have died at my hands. And
This is me after I dealt with my uncle's rat problem.
fathers, grandfathers, little baby rats.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, you know, keep up the good work.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder, though, if our lives are really more valuable than theirs, you know what I mean?
They are.
Yeah.
Our lives are, definitely, yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
God. There was one time where a giant rat got into my mom's car and wrecked it, so my dad got mad and yeeted it into the woods like a professional footballer. God damn! God dang! One time, caught 3 mice in a single glue trap, 3 blind mice and the 3 Stooges. I couldn't know what to call them. Huh. Well, that said, let's talk about the Finster stuff. But first, I want to show you this hilarious-ass clip. This is, I really want Finster to go back on this podcast again after the coming out about HRT thing, because I feel like we're going to get some even funnier stuff than this. Finster's a big PKA fan, so they went on PKA, and they've gone on PKA multiple times, actually, and this is some of the select clips of how it goes. FPS Russia has a thing for Finster.
Yeah, I worry about all that. Now, I am vaccinated and boosted, in case anyone wants to know. So
Yeah,
if I get it...
I want to see Finster adjust her titties.
I could just sit here doing this.
Yeah, fucking pop them. Let's go.
Yeah, like that whole like elbow trick thing completely works for me. No,
he's not a slut.
I am.
Okay, he is. Like the definition of a.
Yeah.
To save the mother.
To save the mom, or they've gotten some horrible medical news about this baby.
Yeah,
that
be like a
is not gonna be
stillbirth or
okay.
something.
Or it's going to like be born with its heart on the outside with no eyes or something.
Yep. And you know, and this is a kid, like I said, 7-8 months in, they were very much looking forward to little baby. And so anyway, the whole 3rd trimester argument against abortion, I feel like they misrepresent their side when they do it.
Yeah. Finster's over there covering up under Kyle's chauvinist gaze.
I don't think anyone spotted it. When I went like this, you can kind of get what I mean when I did this. You see what I mean?
I spotted it.
Yeah. That's what it looks like all the time when I was talking about that trick I could do.
Yeah, mush them together.
Mush them together.
God, that's so unsexy, I think.
It started on the nipple area and like grew out from there, and I hated that look because I just had that like middle tuft here and then just hairy ass nipples and then like enough hair around it to be noticeable. And I remember once in the bathroom, like before school, it was like swimming in gym or something, and I was like,
I don't care about this story, but I feel like it's a good peek at the kind of good material we're no doubt going to get if Finster goes back on PKA. We need it. I'll drop a like on this. Let's see.
Oh wow,
So I'm hearing is like Finster came out as like gender fluid and on HRT or something. I don't know the details. I've only heard what other people are telling me, but that's the deal. Okay. Pog. Let's see how it goes. Let's see the details.
Surprised. Yeah, I know.
So you might have noticed for the last 6 months or so.
No, this is my first time hearing it. Are you telling me for the first time?
When someone asks on stream or on Twitter or Reddit or something,
is Finn on HRT?
I just avoid the question. I avoid the question entirely and make a little joke, and that's solely because recently I started HRT. Confetti. It took a while to feel comfortable to make this video. Even now, I am very scared. I don't know why, but I want so badly to be able to talk about stuff that I've been doing, and it's really hard to if no one knows. I want to talk about my life openly and all the amazing things that have happened. So it's kind of nervous excitement, I guess. I spent so many months scared and stressed out about trying to pick a label.
I don't know why, but I feel like the most weird-looking dudes tend to end up making the hottest girls. Like, that's just kind of how it ends up going. Not, like, weird-looking, but, like, you know what I mean. Like, being feminized just kind of, like, automatically increases the attraction levels, you know? It's part of why there's that conspiracy about, like, the incels, like, transmaxing. Because, like, generally speaking, you see, like, here's, like, a sad, depressed, doesn't really take too good care of himself guy in like a left panel, and then here's 5 or 10 years later after transitioning, and obviously they're happier, and you know that's going to lead to a lot of benefits, but you know, just more attractive across the board generally.
I'm still not done yet. I still haven't figured absolutely everything out, but I'm feeling comfortable enough to talk about it now. So wait, so does this mean you're a woman now? We'll get to that in a minute. We gotta do the serious bit first. Why? Okay, well, honestly, this might be a little bit controversial. I cross-dressed on Twitch for years. After doing it for a meme, I wanted to explore my gender a bit more. People have been making egg jokes or saying I'm on HRT for years, and kind of because of that, a lot of the trans community stuff.
I only just now feel like people figured out I'm never going to, like, be trans. It's not gonna happen. Like, literally for the last 4 years of my doing this, they were like, any day now, he's gonna come out as trans. Any day now. Oh, he's an egg, any day now. And I'm just like, no, guys, I'm not. Like, there's really... If I was trans, it would be possibly the best business decision of my life to do a coming out video. Like, think about it like that for a second. Like, you know, obviously being LGBT on the internet gets you a lot of harassment, but if you already have an audience of supportive people, this video has nearly 1 million views in a day, and, like, wow, a 10% like ratio to views. This video has almost 100,000 likes with almost 1 million views. That means it's at I think over a 10% like to view ratio. That is insane amounts of support. Clearly, if I was trans, I would be coming out as trans to make a fortune off of the coming out video. Sadly, no. I'm super cis.
started popping into streams or like seeing my videos or interacting with me. And that had never happened to me before. And I learned a lot. And some of it seemed a little bit too interesting. It felt a bit like I uncovered a part of myself that I'd been purposefully just shutting down for as long as I can remember and never questioned why. I have this notes page on my phone from over a year ago now.
Guys, no one cross-dresses as much as Finster did, ironically. Okay? It's not a thing. Alright? After a certain point, it's not ironic anymore.
The handwritten note of like pros and cons list of taking HRT, and when I went to go fill out the cons list, there wasn't much I could come up with, so I started.
Oh, also, I know it's stupid, but I wanted to say it. I did factor in the whole, like, I wonder if doing streaming and the money that's kind of attached to it is the reason I wanted to do this. Like, is it warping my brain? I did think about that. I've streamed for years, and it's been my entire life, and I've made a lot of money off it, and
I mean, did this not start with the chat literally force feminizing Finster? Like, it was a dono goal suggested by chatters at first, right? To, like, wear a dress and dress as a girl. Obviously, Finster could have stopped at any point, you know? But, like, yeah, Finster did get force feminized initially, but Finster chose to stay feminized.
And I wonder if that's what's affecting me and making me want to do this. And it's not. This isn't exactly something I just decided, this will be funny, and then did. I am maybe the most risk-averse person I knew, and I was terrified, but I knew it's what I wanted. I just wanted to put that in there just so I'm not, like, in one of Blair White's thumbnails or something.
So, trans? Gender? Okay, look, I think that's gonna cause some debate, and I don't want to be the one to have it. I think the label that suits me best is gender fluid. But look, whenever I tell people about this in real life, what I say is, I just don't care. And if you're gonna be playing around with your expression or gender, you shouldn't either. In 10 years, there's no way people are going to be making coming out videos. But I get this has been like a pretty big part of my content over the years as I slowly figured stuff out. So it's
I hope it's just so normalized.
I feel really comfortable with who I am.
Oh,
I'm
hey,
so
by the
glad
way,
I got
guys,
to this point with
you know,
just like a supportive group of people. I don't think anyone should feel pressured to come out. And I get that I'm definitely like top of the tier list for this guy's probably trans. I just want to be able to talk more openly about stuff. The easiest thing would be to just not do this, to keep cross-dressing forever, but I want to change. This guy's going to town on that Nerf dart. I want to get rid of the clickbait. I can finally talk about the stuff that's been going on. And I've got so many stupid jokes that I've kept in the Twitter drafts that I can finally make. So, yeah.
Nice.
Fuck, I forgot about pronouns. I guess I still prefer he, him, but who knows? They might change, and that's kind of half the fun anyway. I didn't mention this for so long just because I do still feel like, you know, boy.
Okay,
I waited so long because I wanted a label for people to attribute to me other than just guy on HRT. I was just really scared of people making what I'm doing into like some sort of political thing or just debating my reasoning to exist, and I am just here to be me.
But there is one more thing.
Also, I'm bi. I like dudes. That's weird to say. Everything I say feels like a bit now. God damn it. I know there's going to be a million questions and I can't wait to hear them, but it's just I am really bad at this. So I'll see you on Twitch. Thanks for watching. This is probably the most important video I'll ever make. Oh, fucking amazing. Thank you, babe.
I didn't expect you to actually do that.
I'm going to do this. You realize the only reason why I'm doing any of this is because you raised me vegetarian?
Well, as I said to you about...
God damn it, Martha! If you gave the goddamn boy a steak every once in a while, maybe he wouldn't turn into a what are they calling him? A femboy trap? That's what they're calling him on the internet. God damn it, Martha!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to do the bit. God. Have you seen the amount of, like, weird comments on the internet that Finster gets? For a very long time, I would see it and I was like, come on, like, Finster's like a gaming comedy content creator. Like, I get the whole, like, cross-dressing, haha, like, Finster's pretty, like, okay, whatever. But, like, some of these jokes are getting a little, like, borderline sexual harassy. But then Finster, like, made an OnlyFans, apparently. So, I guess Finster's owned that. So, big respect. Finster seems like the person who's really good at letting shit just kind of roll off his back. You know? I'm using he, him, because he said he prefers those pronouns and, you know, preferred pronouns. That's how it is. So yeah, I just kind of get the vibe that like he's a very not easily offended person, which I feel like is important as a content creator, and I feel like it's something that like the trans community online broadly needs in the figures that are like associated with it. I know Finster doesn't really like identify as trans, but there's going to be an association there that other people are going to make. And so I do kind of feel like there's a lot of value in like having not an edgy, but a very like lighthearted, not doomer, funny, you know, non-gatekeepy and like hyper politically obsessed, terminally online figure, you know? I feel like that's a good thing, right? Also, is that not literally like a plug-in cable, like connector in the blue and pink of the trans flag? People are definitely going to make the connection. There's also a trans flag on that back there. So people are going to make that connection, you know?
3 months ago, I never wanted a son.
I blame you.
They should. It's all those apples.
It is.
It's the fucking apples. Apples, don't eat apples outside of applesauce and apple pie. Apple pie is amazing. Applesauce is goated. Outside of that, well, apple fritters, you know, like apple candy is good. But like, do not just straight up eat an apple. It's not good for you. It'll turn you gay. There's a blowhigh in the corner. Well, I own a blowhigh. To be fair, like, I did go to an IKEA with a trans person who had me buy it, so yeah. People are going to make the association. Eating apples is gay? Yeah, eating fruit is gay. It literally turns you into a fruit. You are what you eat.
Think, Mark! You are what you eat! We've been telling you this since you were a child! What did you think would happen when you ate fruit? Of course it turned you gay!
Based moment. Based moment. Based parenting moment of Omni-Man. Hey chat, can I tell you guys a secret? I've got a very secret for you guys. I did not prepare any extra segments beyond that for today's stream. So I'm curious if you guys have anything you want me to cover, sort of off the cuff today. Otherwise, maybe we'll boot up a little bit of classic beta Minecraft modded. And do some gaming content. Who knows? Maybe a gaming stream? But I'm curious if you guys have anything you want me to cover instead. Up to you, of course. Oh, Lauren Boebert's son arrested? Do Minecraft if nothing else? Yeah, depending on how many segments and how long stream goes on for, we'll probably end up doing Minecraft. Jesus Christ. That's fucking crazy. Oh. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Wow. Sometimes you see a story headline that just makes you stop and ponder for a moment if God is real. Because something this perfectly ironic could only happen so in such a well-timed and perfectly hilarious and ironic manner if there was a genuinely intelligent force that made it happen. You're not going to believe it. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a refresher course on what many House Republicans have been hyper-fixating on regards to Biden, since they don't have anything they can genuinely attack in regards to his character or his policy and its outcomes. And that's been his family. particularly his son. They have been very hard on Biden, with the implication, at the very least, that the behaviors of Biden's son, despite having no real tangential connection to him, are still a poor reflection on him and his ability to lead the country. Yeah, listen, the only thing I know is if Hunter Biden's got a big schlong, that means Biden probably does too. And I want our president to have a giant cock, and multiple women have testified in court that Donald Trump's got a little mushroom down there. And our head of state needs to be hung, all right? In the literal dick measuring contest of the national world stage, I want our president to have a massive schlong. That's America's schlong. It will not be a little Trump schlong. I will not be represented by that. That is not my schlong. All right, chat? Not my cock. Not my president, not my cock. Tell you what, brother. Killing me here. I'm a good streamer. What can I say? I'm fun. You guys notice that after I eat, I have a lot more energy. It's why I do that mid-stream meal. It gets me back on my feet and ready to keep going. It gives my brain a nice jolt of energy. Well, with that in mind, prepare for an absolutely hilarious and ironic headline. Lauren Boebert's son allegedly robbed a woman with a brain tumor of her last $75. Yep. Hey, looks like Lauren Boebert is bad. Her son did a bad thing. I mean, Lauren Boebert practically robbed that woman of her last $75 herself. The Boebert crime family strikes again. Mind you, this is actually coming off the tail end of Lauren Boebert getting caught in a in like a movie theater giving like a dude a hand job. That was Lauren Boebert, right? She got caught giving a dude a hand job in a theater on video, I believe, as well. Was that MTG? And vaping, yeah. Yeah, what got the like attention of the staff was her vaping in the theater, which holy shit, imagine not being able to vape and hide it in a theater. I'm a master at that shit. But like that got the attention of the staff, and then upon looking over the footage, employees figured out like, holy shit, she's jacking that guy off, and like posted the videos online. So yeah, that's out there. Yeah. They're boomers, Zan, no wonder. They're Gen Xers, but close, yeah. Representative Lauren Boebert, Republican of Colorado, has been having a rough time of it over the past few weeks. Her chances of being reelected in Colorado's 3rd district were almost nil, so she switched to the more conservative 4th district, where she's getting clobbered in the polls. Now her son Tyler, 18, has been arrested for allegedly robbing a woman with a brain tumor. I love how... I'm so sorry. I love how it very easily could have just been some woman, but the additional horrible aspect of this is the woman had a brain tumor, something the kid probably did not know, but just makes this story all the much more worse for Lauren Boebert's reputation to the general public. Now her son Tyler, 18, has been arrested for allegedly robbing a woman with a brain tumor of her last $75. Tyler Boebert was arrested on 22 criminal charges relating to his alleged crime spree. Rather than being upset about that, Boebert jumped on X to hammer President Joe Biden, writing, "The Biden crime family will go down as the most corrupt political family in American history. No fucking way." Also tried as an adult based, yeah. No fucking way. Her response as her kid has been arrested is she goes and tweets, "The Biden crime family will go down as the most corrupt political family in American history." It got 6,000 likes. If that is not the perfect example of conservative projection, almost as like a reaction to a stress response, you know, then nothing is. That is the perfect example. Funny how she made no mention of the Trump crime family or her own crime-plagued family. Denver's Westward reporter that Tyler Boebert's little alleged crime escapade included robbing the brain tumor victim of the last $75 she had. The newspaper hilariously noted that Tyler is just about as smart as his mom, since he wore a hoodie plastered with the name of her restaurant while he was allegedly mid-crime spree. But that's not the only connection he shares with his mom. Both have a history of criminally negligent driving and refusing to take responsibility for it, and Westward reports. Quote, Tyler's February 27th arrest marks the second time in 2 years that he has found himself on the wrong side of the law. In 2022, charges were filed against him for a car crash that left one of his friends hospitalized. For that incident, Tyler was hit with a misdemeanor traffic charge of careless driving causing bodily harm. Man, you know this kid probably feels like he's got the world in his hands, he's invincible, he's the boss, you know? This kid is absolutely, like, pampered. You can tell. Like, he gets away with everything. And his pal was charged with unlawful possession of a Schedule IV controlled substance after cops found unprescribed Xanax pills in a bag of his. Tyler's charge was later dropped down to a defective vehicle for headlights ticket. Yeah, that's why he feels like he can get away with anything. Tyler was due to appear in court in September 2022 for the car crash, but was a no-show. He got hit with a bench warrant as a result, but was later allowed to appear virtually in Garfield County Court instead of in person. But the situation is even more lurid than that, it seems. The felony charges Tyler was hit with on February 27th are connected to a series of car thefts and rifle, where he and some of his underage friends robbed several people, including the poor woman dealing with a brain tumor, police say. Damn, he's been robbed. He's on a robbery spree. And this is like a well-off kid. This is literally a kid who's like fucked in the head and robs people and steals shit for the thrill of it. For enjoyment and entertainment. Like, did you ever know like those rich kids who could like bring a really nice lunch to school? But then they would steal lunch, either like just for no reason from other kids. Just they would steal stuff. They were wealthy. They had everything they needed. Their parents bought them whatever, and they would still steal other kids' stuff. That's this kid. But now an adult, and it's evolved to literally engaging in like delinquency. But the spicier bit of this whole scenario is that Tyler supposedly made a sex tape with one of his female cohorts. Police discovered that when another one of the suspects, a minor, oh no, he was 18, had sex with a minor, and filmed it, and got away with it? Discovered when another one of the suspects, a minor female, identified her female cohort as being purportedly involved in the video. A minor female identified her female cohort, not minor female cohort, okay, as being purportedly involved in the video. The suspects sent the tape around to people they knew. The crime ring is a small one with just two female minors. Nope, they're both minors, never mind. Nope. Next line says they're both minors. Tyler and a male minor. Police allege they stole people's wallets and credit cards and tried to make purchases with them. One purchase that was denied for $717 was made on Sheen.com, an online style and accessory marketplace. One of the members also tried to make a purchase for $175 at the Come and Go. Amazing. I never get over the name of that place, Come and Go. It's just very funny. Looks like this member of the Boebert apple tree didn't fall too far from his family. His dad, Jason Boebert, has also had his share of legal problems, but considering the fact that Tyler's mom, Lauren Boebert, is bombing in the polls in Colorado, she may have plenty of time to discipline her kid, especially since her son is a baby daddy. If he really did do a sex tape, I'm willing to guess he was influenced by his mom's Beetlejuice performance in front of an audience at the theater in Denver. So maybe like mom, like son. Damn. I like this article. This article's funny about it. I like reading the ones that are a little snappy. We could have read one of the articles that was a lot more dry, but we read the snappy one. Hold on. Here, let me see if I can find the news story about the theater.
Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert.
Is MSNBC, like, super copyright happy? I don't know. They might be. Listen, a stream goes out and it says, like, this stream has been terminated for copyrighted whatever. Just be patient. As soon as I stop playing the video and I just stop that, it'll stop, like, it'll do a timer and eventually it'll stop the stream being frozen. But I'm willing to risk it here. I've had problems with MSNBC before, but hopefully they're chill here.
Of Colorado has long railed on the House floor that the left is grooming children by exposing them to what she calls obscene content in reference to things like drag performances for children and the use of LGBTQ inclusive flashcards to teach colors to students. Well, on Friday, Boebert apologized for her own behavior, coming at a recent performance of the family-friendly musical Beetlejuice, a showing in Denver.
Oh, that's a nice...
Dude, South Park was right about musicals, dude. Fuck. Was South Park right about musicals this whole time? Shit. Fuck, they got us there. Like, South Park was right on that one, I guess.
Nice show.
That's a great, great.
That's very
great out for the
friendly.
kids, but
It's for the kids.
Flash,
A lot of
flash
kids there.
cards. She's worried about flash.
She's worried about flashcards. And let's also, as we're looking here at footage, let's give credit to the quality
Oh, good.
of the
Right next to the
night
aisle,
vision
too.
cameras at
Nice.
this theater in Denver, Colorado. Extraordinarily clear. Because the 36-year-old Congresswoman first denied reports that
I
she
think
had
the
been
lights might have
vaping
just
during
been
the
on.
performance, but
Yeah,
you'll
there
see
we
in a
go.
moment. She was. According to the Denver...
Yep, that's vaping. I know the artifacting of vape clouds on camera. Trust me, I know it.
Post, a pregnant woman seated behind her asked her to stop.
Taking flash pictures.
There it is. Before she...
Dog. Like, these types of people are so fucking... They are so... like, disrespectful to all others around them. Conservatives believe in cruelty and selfishness and narcissism as a, like, moral principle they adhere to.
Boebert was ejected for causing a disturbance at the show. But thanks to the high-quality cameras there in that theater, Boebert had to change her tune and apologize after surveillance video revealed that she was indeed vaping, as well as she and her companion explicitly groping each other repeatedly while they were in their seats. The Congresswoman, a mother of four,
South Park was right, what could I say?
And a grandmother said, quote, "I simply fell short of my values on Sunday."
Jonathan, when you said explicitly groping each other, what does that mean?
I mean, don't ask Jonathan to answer that. I think
I think Lauren Boebert is not one
No shot. No shot is this the interaction that's going down on MSNBC right now. Dog, we're here for a completely different show now. Okay, this is hilarious. That is fucking hilarious. What the fuck?
Reaching across the aisle in the Congress, but there was some of that here with her male companion. A lot of, let's say they were handsy in their behavior. So, Catty K, as we marvel again at the flash photos and the vaping and the, other...
Dog, imagine doing that when there's someone, like, right next to you, too. Like, bro...
behavior, let's call it groping. Just another example of Republican hypocrisy to you?
This is them getting led out by the staff.
I'm just glad that I'm not the one being asked to describe what groping means.
Hardship aside.
Look, it's kind of rare, isn't it, to hear Lauren Boebert be sort of even vaguely apologetic about anything. She just doesn't do it very much. But I guess when you've just won your election by about whatever it was, 5 votes, you need to make sure that you hang on to all of the votes you possibly can, which I...
And that was a while ago. Things aren't looking too good for her these days. It doesn't really seem like she's gonna be able to pull through with all this bad press she's been getting. And it seems like Coloradoans are surprisingly, like, reasonable when it comes to their voting habits, considering by the looks of polling, she's gonna be voted out by them. So good shit, you know? Shout out to Colorado. Shout out to Colorado. Comment down below if you think South Park got it right about musicals making women want to give blowjobs and hand jobs, because clearly it works on Lauren Boebert. They were onto something there. They were onto something. I'm curious. Down below in the comments, give me your take on this. We're gonna do a massive thought experiment together, and we're gonna get to the bottom of this. Alrighty. As a Coloradoan, she is an embarrassment to our state. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that, astronaut lad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Regardless, though, if you enjoyed that segment, please consider leaving a like. It really does help out the stream, my VODs, my videos, and everything else, a whole goddamn lot, and I really do appreciate it. Consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, if you want to support me financially. It really does help a lot. It helps keep a roof above my head, food on the table, lights on, and, you know, I'm obviously saving up for the Quail content that's going to be coming up, so I really do appreciate it. And of course, if you want to support me financially, you can do it through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Patreon, and you can also buy my merch link down below in the Streamlabs link in the description, as well. Let me turn up the lighting on my camera really fast, as well as joining my fan Discord, where there are announcements every time I upload or go live, so you won't miss them, and YouTube won't, like, you know, not tell you like they tend to do. And I do events in there every Friday, so, you know, worth joining. It's always a fun time. Does anyone else have any other content you guys want me to cover? What's this? I don't know what this is. Lucky otter. No, it's a quail, Malaforce. That's a quail. They're kind of like pigeons a little bit. A little bit like bloated flightless pigeons, if you think about it. Any other topics you want me to cover for today's stream before we get to gaming? Matter of fact, I can actually check if there's anything you guys have linked of interest in the Discord. Stream suggestions. Let's see. Man, you guys are lacking in your recommendations of content in the Discord. What the hell? What are you guys doing? Why did someone post a Has-Been Hotel clip in my, like, content suggestions Discord? What the fuck? Oh, man. I see something good. I see something good. Oh, man. All right, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Dude, no way this video went under my nose. I forget, is Upper Echelon Gamers, or Upper Echelon, I guess is just what he goes by now. He changed his name. Is he like a Chud channel? I know I've covered him before, but I can't remember if he's just a gaming content creator who has some maybe like chuddy opinions, or if he's like a full-on conservative YouTuber. No, he literally is just a gaming content creator who sometimes talks politics. I think we might actually get less so like a chud take here, and more so like a really hard to fight fence-sittery take here. You know what I mean? I feel like we're gonna get a very on-the-fence take from this guy in this video. Yeah, I don't think this guy is really full-on conservative. Oh no, look, there's a description. Video games are often criticized for having woke themes. However, that criticism is often void of deeper analysis. So today I wanted to look at the world of video games, the topic of ESG. Oh, we're finally gonna learn what ESG is, guys. Holy shit, this is what like heel vs. Babyface was screaming about. We're finally gonna learn what ESG is, and the way in which the industry might have changed as an effort to secure future investment. Sweet Baby Incorporated, BlackRock, Vanguard, major publishers and development studios all paying lip service to a set of ideals that really, at the end of the day, according to the data we can see, don't mean much to any of them. Okay. Well, let's find out. Let's find out how video games went woke.
Today's an interesting video, at least I think so, because today we're talking about the process by which the video game industry went woke through the lens of a pretty widespread claim that was made a few months ago. The claim was that a company called Sweet Baby Incorporated had somehow contributed to the phenomenon where video game narratives are being deliberately constructed for the purpose of ticking off diversity checkboxes, which in turn qualifies them for ESG investments, ESG meaning environmental, social, and governance in this case, from major companies like BlackRock.
Oh my fucking god. They're genuinely retarded. Oh my fucking god, okay. It is the thing. It is the thing. It is the thing. Hold on. So, the environmental, social, and corporate governance. Environmental, social, and corporate governance, this is ESG, this is what they say is behind the trend of wokeness in the media, is a set of considerations, including environmental issues, social issues, and corporate governance that can be considered in investing. Investing with ESG consideration is sometimes referred to as responsible investing, or in more proactive cases, impact investing. It is literally just a score, I guess, that a company or a business can have, that when people go to invest, they can be like, oh, is this company like generally, does it have like generally progressive values? Is it very unlikely to have like a big drama stir up that causes a drop in the stock prices? No? Okay, cool. Sounds good. Sounds good. So I guess this is their way of explaining why games are becoming quote unquote woke, without acknowledging A, the abuse of the workers and like the constraints they're put under by publishers, like the actual devs, and also while denying the clear fact that games being woke, quote unquote, just sells well and people buy it, and good sales means more money. And as much as these people can deny it, The Last of Us 2 was the most sold game on PlayStation on day one. You can't say that these games go woke and go broke, or any piece of media go woke and go broke. It's always a different reason. It's never because minorities are in it or whatever.
It sounds complicated, but the idea itself is pretty straightforward. Investment companies like BlackRock allegedly have a kind of scorecard. That scorecard factors in things like diversity, inclusion, LGBTQ allyship, etc., and the scores that these companies receive qualify them, or disqualify them, from being the target of investment, which has further downstream impacts. The particular claim we're looking at today asserts that video game publishers have increasingly turned to a company called Sweet Baby Incorporated, among others, so as to boost their effective score by modifying their games with woke-style themes or narratives, thereby qualifying them for additional investments, aka going woke. Now, I fully understand that today's topic is...
That almost sounds like a company Matt Walsh is running.
Is highly politicized. I'm not trying to do that. It's just an objective fact here. So please keep in mind that I'll be attempting to go purely analytical, staying away from opinionated jabs and commentary on what I actually think of the current gaming landscape. I certainly have opinions, don't get me wrong, but this video is about looking at patterns, not rambling about grievances. There's plenty of that circulating on social media right now. I've certainly done it myself in the past, but today I'm much more interested in what's actually happening behind the scenes because the general accusation, gaming has gone woke, is extremely common, yet often said with very little deeper analysis. Let's get started. This is Sweet Baby Incorporated.
You see, he's going to be different. He's going to explain with detailed analysis. He's going to be the one that does it. He's going to explain how games are really woke. Now, what he's probably going to take the next, conveniently, exactly how long it takes to have optimum amount of mid-roll ads in the video, amount of time to say, is that there is tons of media that is made by massive, overbearing publishers that require there to be, that require a lot of, certain claims, or not claims, certain standards be met. And some of them are stupid. Some of them make sense. All of them are with the goal of making that corporation more money. It's as simple as that. Now, this has led to the popularity of what many people simply refer to as committee-designed media. Some of the biggest AAA games and movies are what you might describe as committee-designed. That is to say, even if they are aesthetically and on the surface quite different, just at a glance, when you start watching them, they have an insane amount of similarities. The humor is similar. Marvel movies are a good example. Call of Duty is a good example. These are what are called committee-designed games. A large group, a bunch of investors come together, they stick with what's safe, they try to replicate past success, and there's very little appreciation for anything that isn't clearly going to result in profit. Many of these investors are completely disconnected. There is absolutely a lot of truth in that. And that is much like with Gamergate, which started with, talking about the absolutely, awful state of journalism when it comes to gaming. It's not that it's corrupt, it's just very low quality. The bar has always been really low for gaming journalism to begin with, so acknowledging that and trying to get more serious coverage of it from serious organizations, has always been a thing that gamers want, right? But Gamergate quickly just became about women and minorities in gaming, and any concern about this will quickly turn into that as well. If there is an actual story here, this will quickly fall to the wayside as the grifters just come in to scream about how minorities are bad. But these committee-designed movies and shows and all that, they absolutely do have checkboxes. They absolutely do want to have, a set amount of black characters, a set amount of women, a certain, there has to be one scene where a woman fights and beats up a guy, that kind of thing. There have been leaked meetings and stuff that have happened in big Hollywood productions about this kind of stuff. There absolutely is a concerted desire to kind of shoehorn in progressive stuff into this media. It's not on the part of the artists making it most of the time. It's usually the publishers and investors and whatnot. However, there is yet to be made an argument on how this is, harmful to gaming. If the harmful thing that is happening is that in exchange for more investment money to these projects, these games, there just ends up being more gay, black, and female characters in these games, and that's the drawback to you? That is a side effect, a negative drawback? Does that not say something about you as a gamer?
This company in particular came under fire a few months ago from a variety of angles, resulting in them turning some of their social media private, probably because they got harassed, which does happen when you become the target of YouTube videos en masse. But with that in mind, I'm not actually focusing on whether or not Sweet Baby Incorporated individually is the reason video games went woke. I'm focusing on the concept of whether or not companies like them have an incentive to exist, and whether or not major publishers or development studios have an incentive to hire them. If those two things prove to be true, well, that obviously tells us something. And here's a bit of a spoiler. It's pretty obvious, in my opinion, that yes...
You know what I'm pretty sure this company probably does? Here. Do you know what message has appeared at the beginning of every Assassin's Creed game since 2008 or 9, whenever the first one came out? I'm a big Assassin's Creed fan. And so, going back for a very, very long time, they have had this message on every one of their games for Assassin's Creed. Now, they've added to it over time, which I guess they'd say is it getting more woke or something, but this type of idea has always been a thing, and I'm pretty sure a company like this just helps to do the thing that is being referenced here. So at the beginning of Assassin's Creed anything, you get this message. Inspired by historical events and characters, this work of fiction was designed, developed, and produced by a multicultural team of various beliefs, sexual orientations, and gender identities. So that's the more recent version of it, but it's always been around. The idea that this whole gaming has gone woke thing and now they consider other cultures' input when they make a game or whatever is a new woke thing, it's just not. It's been around at least since Assassin's Creed.
Those two things are currently true. Once again,
I mean, one of the most common things to do whenever you're doing research for making a game is to go visit the setting that you plan to set the game in, or a setting similar to the setting of your game, to try and get a feel for what it's like, you know? Like the Grand Theft Auto 5 team, I know this is a weird example, but the Grand Theft Auto 5 team absolutely spent a shitload of time exploring that area of California because I lived in that area of California, and it is insane how easily I was able to figure out my way around the map of GTA 5 based on my knowledge of the real setting in real life.
And this is Sweet Baby Incorporated. It is a, quote, narrative development...
Things are a little jumbled around, but it's surprisingly accurate.
...and consultation studio based in Montreal, with a mission to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video games industry, end quote. On the surface, to be completely honest, that's not very interesting. It gets a little bit weirder when you listen to some of the things that their executives have said publicly, sure, but the most interesting part is their client list. Xbox Game Studios, EA, Electronic Arts that is, Valve, 2K, Ubisoft, Square Enix, Warner Brothers, Rocksteady, Avalanche, Compulsion Games, etc., etc. The list is very long, and also includes a large number of industry-leading publishers as well as development studios. For Sweet Baby as a business, that's great, but for the topic today, we need to understand what it is they actually do. The best way to describe this, without going down a pretty hefty rabbit hole here, is to read this paragraph from their Approach info page. Quote, "We believe that representation is key to connecting players and audiences, and we offer a few ways to help your team and project gain the perspective needed to make it happen. We're part of an inclusive and knowledgeable community of diverse consultants, able to cover a wide range of cultural and sensitivity topics. Our approach leads with the creation of joy in marginalized players and seeks to be additive rather than strictly corrective. We do cultural consultation, sensitivity and inclusivity reading, risk and opportunities assessment, and more," end quote. See, that's the type of stuff that people generally talk about or refer to when they say the word woke. Sensitivity reading.
Oh my god, it's literally a company that you pay to have a shitload of people from diverse demographics look over your media and tell you whether or not it's going to drum up controversy and offend people and give you a warning and tell you how best to not do that. How is being diverse, how is that bad? So once again, woke is when there is representation and minorities and empowerment of marginalized groups, and also woke is also anything bad too. It's kind of, they call everything bad woke, and then also when minorities exist in media. It makes you think.
Reading means reading something and determining who might possibly be offended, which might be okay, surface level, sure, except for when obscure or irrelevant demographics are considered, or invented, rather, leading to dramatic corrections, as they also discuss.
Excuse me, invented? I see. Invented demographics. You mean groups of people that you don't agree are valid? I do like how conservatives like this are never really able to, grapple with the argument as to whether or not trans people or whatever group are valid. It's always sort of just this passing off of the group is not valid, and the implication that they are being talking about the implication that they are, or people arguing that they are, as a problem in and of itself. Not an argument to engage with. Told you he was a chud? I knew he was chuddy. I didn't think he was a chud YouTuber. And to be fair, he's not. He mostly just does apolitical gaming videos. But yeah, this guy clearly has some pretty Pretty, not so great values.
Which are then made to the game, ultimately destroying its appeal to the pre-existing fan base. Whether you're for it or against it, the idea of hiring a consultation firm
gamers
to help
hate
make your game
minorities,
more
as we know.
sensitive, inclusive, and diverse
Thank
is
you
a
for
practice
making
that is
that
now
argument
rather
for me.
common. And again, that is what people are referring to when they say that the video game industry has gone woke. But the question is why? Short answer, ESG, environmental social governance. That's what people tell you who criticize the practice, but what's actually happening? This is BlackRock. BlackRock is a multinational investment firm. You've probably heard of it many times before, and it's the world's largest individual corporate asset manager. On a similar level is Vanguard.
I love how gamers are, like, older gamers are starting to make up their own conspiracy theories about the gaming industry now, you know? Like, if it was inevitable as, like, gamers get to be older and older and older as time goes by. Now we've got, like, boomers and, like, mind-degenerated Gen Xers like this guy or whatever, who are starting to, like, fall into the conspiracy bubble, but their main personality trait is being a gamer. So they're the conspiracies they get into, instead of being like anti-vax and flat Earth, end up being, yes, these investment firms are somehow, for some reason, and somehow it's bad, making these companies turn games woke.
Vanguard, another multinational investment company managing over $7.7 trillion in this case. And these two firms, among many others out there, have something in common. They both prioritize ESG investments. ESG-focused investing is a financial phenomenon or trend, if you will. According to a PwC report, quote, asset managers globally are expected to increase their ESG-related assets under management, AUM, to $33.9 trillion.
Remember, this is all copium over the fact that they can't just admit that progressive values, being pro-LGBT, anti-racism, these are popular beliefs of the vast majority of people in America and in the developed world. But if they, like, give that up, if they admit most people are woke, then there's no real conspiracy about why most media is woke, is there? Like, if everyone's woke, if most people, if more than half of people are woke, then naturally more than half of media made to make money by sales would be woke. There's no conspiracy there. There's no mystery there. So they're kind of having to skate on this, like, claim or implication that non-wokeness, non-progressivism is the silent minority, or the silent majority. Sorry, I'm high. Okay, I'm allowed to be high. Okay, I make my own hours. I make my own rules. I'm allowed to be high on stream. Anyway, they kind of skate on this idea that they've already won the culture war in regards to, like, the popular vote, so to say, which they haven't. Even on an electoral scale, they haven't won the popular vote. But regardless, it's this implication that, like, well, most gamers and people don't like progressive woke stuff, and surely that must mean that there is some other agenda behind all of this, right? Because they have to find their way to copium out of the acceptance, the admission. Their ideas aren't as popular as they'd like to suggest.
By 2026.
And remember, like all conspiracy theorists, which right-wingers are, they don't do research to back up their, like, to learn about things. They do research to back up their beliefs, to, like, validate their opinion that they've already gotten, so that they can make arguments to convince more people to agree with them, because once you're surrounded by enough people that agree with you, you essentially lose all responsibility to defend your ideas, because any group of people that comes along to criticize you is inevitably going to be too small for their voices to matter. And that's what conservative content creators rely on, gathering such a large audience that anyone who comes along like moi, who criticizes them, has too small a voice to make any real impact for really anyone to hear, even a fraction of the people who watch this video. And that's just kind of how conspiracy theorists and conservatives work.
End quote. And what's even more substantial, ESG assets are on pace to constitute 21.5% of total global assets under management in less than 5 years. Simply put, ESG investing is a viral phenomenon where the social, environmental, and political conscience of an asset, or company rather, is allegedly at the core of whether or not major investment firms will include it in their portfolios. So much so that prominent businesses now publish what are called ESG reports. Here's one from Kraft Heinz, the company behind ketchup, in 2022. It has an entire section called Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging. More specific to gaming, if you want that, here's an ESG report from Activision Blizzard in 2021.
Cool.
The word diversity is mentioned 39 times, and the report very specifically emphasizes more characters in the video games that they produce from LGBTQ backgrounds or non-binary representation. Now, this matters because BlackRock and Vanguard, both of them, under their asset umbrella, if you will.
So, what I love about this is that companies deciding they want to make media with diverse casts for money is bad. Is it okay if they're not doing it for money? Because in that case, I have a really bad news for you. Everything these companies do is for money. They're not doing anything at all for your personal enjoyment or for the betterment of humanity. They're doing it because their products are products, and you buy them, you give them money, and then they have the money and they want the money. This isn't a game, ironically enough. This is business. And clearly, I don't know what the issue is here. Is it the fact that there are minorities in the media? Is it the fact that it's dishonestly presented? Is it what's the problem?
Will have numerous different funds dedicated to the concept of ESG, which is specifically why these large companies are trying so hard to fit in. One important side note for later in the video from the Vanguard ESG stock ETF, quote, the index excludes the stocks of companies that FTSE determines engage in, have a specified level of involvement in, and or derive threshold amounts of revenue, that's important, threshold amounts of revenue, from one or more of the following activities.
Damn, I'm going to switch from the S&P 500 and invest in this.
Including, further down,
Vanguard
and or operate
ESG.
a gambling establishment, end quote. My point is that these investment funds have rules, kind of ethical rules, really, and that gaming companies in particular are attempting to conform to.
Let's see, hold on a second. Ooh. Okay. Market price, $86. Ooh, that's low for an index fund, though. That's kind of low. Okay, no, I'm buying. No shot. Tomorrow morning, market open, I'm selling my S&P 500 shares, and I'm buying into this. No fucking shot. I'm getting in early on this ESGV shit. Hell yeah. Thank you, buddy. You say go woke, go broke? Well, I'm willing to put some money down on it. I've got money in Robinhood. I'll switch it over from one stock to this. Hell yeah.
To said rules.
I love it. I love index funds. Those are my favorite things to invest in.
Let's go one step further and make it completely obvious. Remember that list of companies that hired Sweet Baby Incorporated that they brag about on their official website? Let's look at those, starting with Electronic Arts. The largest two institutional shareholders of EA, BlackRock and Vanguard. Take-Two Interactive, another name on the list of Sweet Baby clients by way of 2K. Largest institutional holders, Vanguard and BlackRock. Warner Brothers, again, Sweet Baby client, largest holders, Vanguard, then BlackRock, and the list goes on.
Okay.
See, the corporate...
Oh my god, are gamers starting to figure out that the corporate world is actually extremely small, and there's a reason why they call the 1% the 1%? Because, an insane amount of power and wealth is held by an extremely small amount of people and organizations? Holy shit. It's almost like this is what those crazy leftist woke people have been telling you this whole time. But nah, there must be a conspiracy going on here. No, there's something going on. There being so many connections here in the corporate world, this makes no sense. Something's up. There's something going on. It's time to put on my gamer investigator cap.
Tree of life, as I call it in a demented way, makes it even more obvious because the other names on that list, the list of Sweet Baby clients that is, are almost all related in some capacity as well, even if BlackRock or Vanguard are not directly holding their company's stock. Example, Warner Brothers.
Man, I love how crazy and secret this conspiracy theory is that, this is a public website you're reading. Man, we really got them, guys, with this crazy secret conspiracy. They're doing all this horrible shit. They're trying to hide it from you. Look at their website.
Others in 2010, a while ago, acquired a majority stake in Rocksteady Studios, meaning that yet another client on the list is directly connected through its parent organization, and the same is true for practically every single name you see. Microsoft, largest institutional holders, surprise, surprise, Vanguard, BlackRock, and this was true for Activision Blizzard as well, even before the buyout. As of October 12, 2023, BlackRock owned 56 million shares of the company, accounting for 7.2% of its total, and Vanguard owned over 61 million, 7.9%. Microsoft also owns Compulsion Games.
I'm going to have a brave take here and say, I have yet to hear an argument why black people in video games bad. I've yet to hear a compelling argument. I'm sorry. I simply haven't.
Surprise, surprise. Yet another name on the list of Sweet Baby Incorporated. But you get the point. These companies, the ones hiring Sweet Baby, unilaterally enjoy substantial investment from two of the world's largest asset holders who champion the concept of ESG in their investing portfolios, which heavily incentivizes shoehorn diversity, thereby feeding the cycle and creating an industry norm where publishers play ball, kind of, and make their products look better for the purpose of appeasing this larger agenda, only to have their original audiences wondering what the hell happened when the products become unrecognizable. Make sense?
Wait until this guy figures out how many companies are responsible, like at the very end of the chain, are responsible for our food production. Like, wait till he finds out it's 4 fucking companies. He's gonna be like, oh my god, there's this crazy conspiracy theory. If you look it up, literally every company, every single grocery store in the world works with General Mills. Dude, what is General Mills making? Every grocery store? No way. There's a conspiracy going on here, guys. What is General Mills up to, guys?
Just one problem. This whole thing is a sham. Remember that requirement, the one we briefly read from the Vanguard ETF about excluding gambling? Yeah, that's a pretty normal provision for most of these funds, but half of the modern video game world is now predicated on blatant underage gambling. Loot boxes, surprise mechanics, whatever you want to call them. It's gambling. But that doesn't really matter because the point isn't to actually...
Money. Money is the point. Yes. There's no ideology. There's no propaganda. Money. Woke sells, and they want money. Gambling sells, they want money. Woke good, or what you call woke good, that's representation. Gambling, bad. Especially for kids.
Have ethical investments. The point is to look like you do through the lens of modern social expectations. Let me expand on that. According to analysis done by Gianpaolo Peri and Mirko Rubin, I think is how you say that, published by
General Mills is also owned by BlackRock. Whoa! General Mills is woke? God.
Vox EU in October of 2023, titled Smoke and Mirrors, a look inside ESG fund portfolios. Quote, as a final piece of evidence, we calculate the hypothetical returns a fund would earn based on the disclosed portfolio and compare them to its realized returns. In Figure 2, we observe that in the 10 days leading up to disclosure, funds tend to underperform the portfolio they are about to disclose. This observation is consistent with the idea, during this period, they incur meaningful transaction costs as they adjust their portfolio to include more environmentally friendly and sustainable assets. However, following the disclosure event, we notice a shift in performance dynamics. Funds begin to outperform the portfolio that they have just disclosed, indicating that they are now holding higher paying assets than the ones they have recently made public. This trend is in line with the hypothesis that after the disclosure event, funds might replace some ESG assets with higher yielding but less sustainable assets, end quote. Simplified, before disclosing what assets they hold, ESG funds are rearranging themselves to look good, only to sell off those assets immediately and invest back into whatever is just most profitable. Smoke and mirrors. Here's an even better example that's also pertinent to the gaming industry. Activision Blizzard, the company rocked by sexual harassment.
Okay. So how is it bad that the games are woke? This is just corporate shit. Are you against capitalism? Are you in favor of the market being controlled by government regulation? I didn't think so. Also, oh yes, are we gonna get more? Okay. What I love about the, whole Activision Blizzard employees, they're weirdos, sexual harassers. The people who are doing the weird sexual harassment stuff, A, got fired, B, were mostly in management positions above the lower wage workers who were being harassed sexually. C, when you still harass, the state of Blizzard, you're harassing the victims. Many of the victims stayed behind at Blizzard. The harassers got outed and fired. So now it's just people shit-talking the people who were sexually harassed that remain at Blizzard. So, this anti-dev mindset that's become really popular in gaming content lately has gotten to be a big problem, I think. Everyone's so quick to blame shit on the devs and completely forgets that, 99% of problems are almost always the fault of the publisher. That's right, always. If it's a bug, it could have been fixed. The publisher gave them more time and money. Simple as that.
Harassment lawsuits, worker mistreatment scandals, employee walkouts, and governmental investigations. Yeah, they're perfectly fine for these funds, apparently. They have a board of directors that's 20% women and 20% underrepresented minorities, according to their ESG reports, so they're good to go. And as such, we're included in many of the funds that BlackRock and Vanguard offer as an ESG-compliant company.
Oh, I see what he's saying. So woke is when you dishonestly have, representation in your media, but then secretly, behind the scenes, your company is rife with sexual harassment and misogyny. So it's actually fake woke. Like the Tom McDonald song. I see. I get it. Okay. That's the argument he's making. Still batshit insane and wrong, but, an actual argument that I'm actually able to pick up on from what he's saying here.
Journal itself openly admits, quote, asset managers seem willing to include any company paying lip service to progressive priorities, end quote. Companies like Sustainalytics and Permutable AI publish reports aimed at analyzing the ESG score of different organizations, and those reports are allegedly used by BlackRock, Vanguard, and presumably others as well to allocate funds.
I so badly wish what these people talk about was true. I so badly wish there was like an omniscient, massive hand made of money that was out there like guiding our culture and our media towards like progressivism for the sake of like making people woke. Like that, if that was the case, I would be so goddamn happy, and I think every progressive person would just breathe the biggest sigh of relief, like just knowing, oh, okay, so like everything's fine. Like there's some like there's some like wealthy entity out there that is just covering the cost of wokeifying everybody for us. Like I didn't realize that. Nice. Okay, I guess we win. Unfortunately, that's not the case. I very badly wish that there was a money entity out there paying to make everything woke, but it's just, I don't think that's happening. I'm gonna take a wild gamble and say it's not happening.
Problem? Those reports merely seem to establish a surface-level score, failing to consider even monumental issues with the company internally, like reliance on underage gambling as a revenue stream, a large one at that, or widespread worker abuse as well.
Yeah, we should be in favor of more government regulation of the market and corporations. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, more government regulation of corporations in the market. Let's go. Yeah, are we on the same boat now? Okay, cool.
Focusing instead on things like self-disclosed ESG reports, where a company brags about what percentage of its executive board are non-binary. The results? Companies like Activision Blizzard are included in the environmental social governance funds, while publishers become incentivized to hire consultants like Sweet Baby Incorporated, because the surface-level narrative changes that they make to their intellectual property and franchised video games are somehow impactful enough here to place them in the good graces of the world's largest asset managers. Not because they did anything good, but because they look good on paper according to a very narrow set of criteria, so that holding their stock is deemed ethical.
It's not based on being ethical. It's based on what makes people money. That is the world of stocks and the market. Like, what do you want? It is possible for a massive entity to both make a shitload of money in a dishonest way and do a good thing. That is a possible thing that can occur. It is rare, but sometimes the interests of greedy, wealthy people and institutions align with the interests of humanity. Once in a blue moon.
At specific points in time. Bottom line, Sweet Baby Incorporated is not responsible for video games going woke. It's merely profiting off a general demand for that end, helping them do it by making the products seem that way, so that publishers can align themselves with a financial trend that demands...
Demand from who for wokeness, though? Wait, but who's the demand from for wokeness? Is it people? Is it because whenever there's, like, a game that has, like, a lesbian couple as the main characters, Twitter, like... and Tumblr, like, blow it up, and it ends up being a Life is Strange or something? Or like, is that why? Is it because, as it turns out, there's actually quite a bit of progressive gamers out there that like to see their values and their identities represented in their favorite medium of entertainment?
Diversity and inclusion, all for the optics of an asset fund. At least, that's what it looks like to me if I step back and try to see the full picture. In the end, the idea that video games have gone woke seems to be based on a measurable push to have parent organizations and publicly traded companies associated with video games included in ESG funds by altering their products and paying lip service to the ideals that these funds pretend, once in a while, to be based on. That's it. If you want to support the channel, please check out the links down below, especially Patreon and local...
Okay. Yep. Alrighty. Well, we found out what ESG is, guys. We finally got an answer for that question. Finally! I've been hoping we would finally get an answer for that question because the conservatives have made it a new buzzword. So I guess we finally got a new buzzword that the right is going to be using from here on out when they refer to, like, the entity making games woke. At least they finally found something they can say instead of, like, vaguely hinting at they and making it very clear that it's, like, the Jews they're talking about. Like, there's now, like, the perfect new dog whistle for when they mean Jews. Like the ESG. Well, I'm glad we were able to brush up on the buzzwords now. Now we know their talking points. Comment down below if you already knew what ESG was before this video, because I'm genuinely curious if, like, there's been a lot of people on the left hearing these talking points and just hoping for a progressive figure to make a video responding to one of these people making these arguments, or if this is completely new to most people on the left and they've never heard of this talking point, because it's getting pretty popular. I've heard it like 5 times up until this point, and we finally learned what it actually is, so there we go. Finally got our answer. Alrighty. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. That was an interesting dive, Zan. Still think this guy is someone to keep an eye on, but I did overestimate his slickness a bit, though. Yeah, he's not that slick. I got hopium and something important to cover. What's this?
Hey guys, welcome back to today's video. Today is Friday, March 1st, 2024, and today we are going to be talking about
What's this? Let's talk elections. The Michigan primary should scare Republicans for 2024 election. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at this. Hey, if you're watching and you enjoy the stream and you want to support my content, you can do so for completely free, and I would really appreciate it if you did, just by dropping a like. Hitting that thumbs up really does go a long way, and it helps the channel a whole hell of a lot, so I really do appreciate it. If you want to help the channel financially and go the extra mile, you can always do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or by buying merch through the Streamlabs link in the description. You can also join my fan Discord as well, where we host weekly events every Friday, call-ins and movie nights, alternating each week. And that's always a fun thing that you want to be a part of. And of course, we also do a announcement system. So every time I upload or go live, there's an announcement, and you will never have to worry about missing my going live. So be on top of that. It'll help the channel a lot, and I do appreciate it. But seriously, dropping a like if you haven't already seriously helps. I'm actually curious, what's our like to view ratio right now? 247 people watching and 203 likes. That's actually not too bad. I know that a lot of the people who are still here right now, or who are here right now, have not liked, though, nonetheless, because there's, you know, been 1,900 people have come and gone. That's how many views we have on the VOD. So, like, if every person who came into the stream stayed, we'd have 1,900 people watching right now, almost 2,000. Think about that for a second. Every person who's come into the stream right now, if they didn't leave afterwards, and they just stayed the whole time, I'd have 2,000 concurrent viewers. That's crazy. But, yeah, thank you to everybody who drops a like. I see that like count going up. 213, thank you. I appreciate it. It went up just like 5 just now. Thank you to everybody who... Hey, 216. Hey, I see it. I see it. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Kind of just want to sit here and watch the like count go up now. Can we get the like count above the concurrent viewer count? Come on, that would be cool. If we could get there to be more likes than viewers right now. Because I know that a fair amount of the people here right now didn't like and aren't part of those likes, so they can still like and, like, make the number go up. I want to see if we can make it happen. Try to make it happen. I'd appreciate it if you did. Ooh. Alrighty. Thank you for the support, though, regardless. I do appreciate it, chat. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1... Action. Well, I've never heard of this channel before, but it's got a fair amount of subscribers, and I've been told it's a good channel. It's got 30 views in a day, this video that I've been sent, and it's called The Michigan Primary Should Scare Republicans for 2024. Alrighty, I haven't seen this channel before. I don't know if I'm going to be, like, responding to this or debunking it, or if I'm just going to be reacting to it. But I guess I'll start it. And I'm gonna turn around and grab a water really fast because I'm thirsty. I ran out a minute ago.
The Michigan primary. Now, the Michigan primary is a primary that was very, very closely watched because there was a lot of conversation about how President Biden would perform when compared to the uncommitted option that gave voters an opportunity to express their discontent with President Biden. And all of the articles and all the discussion around the Michigan primary were very much focused on the Democratic side of things, looking at where President Biden...
How was the voter turnout, though? That's the big question, especially among Gen Z. Because if the voter, like, it doesn't matter if, like, 10 Democrats came out to vote and Biden got 81% of the votes. I guess it couldn't be 10, but you know what I mean. If 100 came out and he got 81% of the votes. Because, like, that's not enough people who care to vote for him proportionally when the general comes around for him to win. So that's the real question. I don't know how good the turnout was in Michigan yet.
Was analyzing was this good or bad for his election. And there are plenty of takes out there that really just get at the nitty-gritty when it comes down to the Michigan Democratic primary. But on the GOP side, I think there is also an equally interesting story to tell there. While there isn't as much media coverage around it, President Trump only won the Michigan Republican primary with 68% of the vote. This is a one-on-one race against him and Nikki Haley, and ultimately, he fell short of what the polls had predicted he would do in terms of margin and in terms of overall vote share. But it is at this county level that I think really displays the true weaknesses that Donald Trump has going into this presidential election. Rather than have a unified Republican Party, as it may seem when you look at the national numbers, when you take a look down at some of these more statewide elections and individual areas and pockets and regions of battleground states that are all too important for a President Trump re-election bid, you start to see exactly why there is concern about him winning re-election and why many people haven't solidified an electoral.
Interesting. I was under the impression that current polling was a lot more in favor of Trump than this. This is a good turnaround. Hey guys. Maybe it's not over. American democracy saved? Question mark?
Map that suggests that Donald Trump will absolutely win. With general election numbers like these, I think at the main surface level takeaway is that President Trump is doing exceptionally well compared to where he was 4 years ago today, or quite frankly, 8 years ago today, against Secretary Clinton. These Trump versus Biden polls show Donald Trump in the best performing position he has ever seen when it has come down to national opinion polling data of him against practically any Democrat. But I think what is the, caution point here is looking at the election results over the past couple of elections, whether it's primaries or 2023 election cycle or 2022 election cycle. Genuinely speaking, President Trump has not performed up to par, considering having so much of the institutional backing from the mainstream Republican Party, having a huge money advantage over his Republican opponents, and having the field nearly cleared entirely with every single dropped-out candidate, with the exception of a few that are practically, non-consequential in this primary, endorse him in the 2024 election. Now, these Trump versus Biden polls are ones that I will also say, what is more important than polls are actual election results. And the Michigan GOP primary, I think, again, just further exemplifies what concern Republicans had when it came down to Donald Trump's electability. And this is the perfect state to do this case study on. Because on the Democratic front, I think we can have all these conversations about the uncommitted vote. But on the Republican side, it really was just a one-on-one race. It was Donald Trump and Nikki Haley. There was no consideration around uncommitted.
Dude, Nikki Haley said she was not dropping out of the race until it is over. Has that kept up? Oh, sorry. Oh, wrong pipe. Has that kept up? Has she kept up that promise? Is she still in the race? Because I'm pretty sure it's just over for her now, like mathematically, right? Like there's no way for her to win, period. Zip, zilch, nada.
This was not the type of avenue that Republicans used or wanted to use to express their discontent with President Trump because they had a mainstream candidate. It wasn't some estranged Minnesota representative or Marianne Williamson who had ran for president back in 2020. That's not what was happening on this Republican side. They had a viable candidate. And I think one thing you might note is that across the entire map of Michigan here, it seems very solid Trump. Right, you're looking at this red color here that has practically taken over the entirety of this state when it comes down to the GOP primary.
Yeah, Nikki Haley seems to be in it for the long run. She seems to be trying to pick up the more relatively moderate anti-Trump vote. I don't feel like that's a very good vote to tap into for the Republican Party right now, but she is free to do so. I guess she's just trying to start her political career in the limelight with this election. Maybe not, like, make it necessarily.
Nikki Haley did not win a single county. But you know what did happen? What happened was that in some of the most important counties, that Democrats...
Do you ever feel like, you don't think Nikki Haley actually believes a woman could be elected by the Republican, electorate, right? You don't think that, most women who run as Republicans think that Republicans would overwhelmingly vote for them? Do they actually believe that? I'm actually curious. Do you think that's just them trying to get the attention of running for their own political career on a smaller scale? Or, come on. As a Republican, you have to know that, it is part of the ideology that they will not support a woman holding power on a national stage. I guess my state's still a little pissy about the whole Flint water thing. Yeah.
Democrats look at for victories and to rely on margins for victory. These counties
Michigan
in particular,
mentioned.
Suburban counties, college town counties, President Trump did the worst in these counties out of any other part of the state. I am often looking at places like Ann Arbor, where the University of Michigan lies, where a huge out-of-state student population registers to vote in the state of Michigan and does in fact turn out to vote, especially following the Dobbs v. Jackson decision. Another point to mention there too is that Ann Arbor is a part of the state that is already left-wing. It isn't just the college town that leads it that way. It is a part nearing the outskirts of Detroit that already started leaning more and more Democratic, as many other suburban areas have become. And so when I look at it here, we see that Donald Trump got 50% of the vote to Nikki Haley's 44%. I mean, literally just drop yourself in any other part of the state and you will see that that is an anomaly, especially the rural areas. I mean, even going up here to less significant, in terms of population, universities, smaller universities like Michigan Tech. You take a look up here, you couldn't even guess where it was based on vote turnout. And that's because the University of Michigan and the Ann Arbor city itself leans blue. And what that means is these Republicans here already have an inclination to lean more towards the center, already have an inclination to lean more towards Nikki Haley, and they absolutely did.
Nikki Haley voting Republicans, that's surprising. Nikki Haley voting Republicans could win Biden the election. Really think about it for a minute. These are people who are conservative leaning, but they aren't crazy cultists, and they're willing to compromise. They're just not willing to vote Democrat, I guess, but maybe they are. These are the types of people who are in the middle, who aren't part of the cult. Not every Republican's part of the cult. These are the people that can be the most reached. Hell, there are Republicans that recognize there is a market for non-Trump crazy Republicans out there. It's got to exist, Mitt Romney's a good example. He's called out the Trump craze a fair amount. He's not great, but I mean, he's called out the Trump craze.
I'll stop talking about Ann Arbor and the University of Michigan after just this point, that I think further exemplifies the true problem here, that Donald Trump, in his re-election bid, has come to realize that he is alienating college voters. And I know it doesn't seem like this matters a lot. I think that what we do here is just try to see where are there going to be dips in support for President Trump. And I think college students and college campuses are huge vote bases for Democratic Party support. And the University of Michigan is absolutely no different. They were critical in the 2020 election. They will be critical in the 2024 election.
It's a big part of why Republicans have basically waged war on higher education in general. They tell conservative content viewers don't go to college, and if you do, just go to a trade school or something, don't go to one of those SJW woke factories, and they talk about how the professors are woke and the administration is woke, and it's, you can't believe anything you're taught there. They're just going to try to push their ideology down your throat or whatever they claim, right? It's very much a preemptive trying to keep young people from going into those spaces where they're going to learn and get exposed to new people and ideas that generally has young people falling fairly left-leaning by the end of the experience because, reality has a liberal bias and all.
And in the entirety of the University of Michigan campus, Donald Trump received just 19 votes. Not percent, 19 votes. Nikki Haley nearly quadrupled that. And so when I see that, and I see Nikki Haley doing tremendously better on a college campus, and although not super good, right?
Less than 100 Republicans in the whole campus, Jesus.
I think this truly shows just how democratic this campus is. Regardless, Donald Trump has a fundamental problem that he cannot win over and will likely not win over. These groups of voters that come the general election, that come the base in New Hampshire and Iowa, those 43% of Nikki Haley supporters that said, I will not vote for Donald Trump in the 2024 election if he is the general election nominee. It's becoming Haley or bust for these people, and genuinely, given that they've had the opportunity...
Michigan's an important state. Michigan is one of the states that won Biden the election in 2020. This is important. I like this analysis, too. This is well-reasoned and good.
...to express discontent multiple times, and likely have. There is a case to be made here that they will, in fact, not vote for President Trump in the general election. And that also is a problem. Because in order for Donald Trump to win Michigan, he would rely nearly entirely on a collapse in Democratic Party turnout. What this Michigan Democratic primary showed us was that the uncommitted campaign did not hit their benchmark, but still made a point. Clearly, something should come of this if you're looking at it from just the high-level strategist point of view. But on the Republican side, the question is, how do you actually change this? Because clearly, with Donald Trump being somebody who has been on the ballot 3 times now, the discontent for him is really, really imbued and embedded in the minds of these voters. And it, again, is coming in a portion of the state that you cannot expect. You cannot expect Donald Trump to do well here in the election following.
I really just don't know. The big worry for me is how many... To be fair, Israel and Gaza and that whole conflict and the Palestinian genocide, it is an issue that has a fair amount of, disapproval from the average American in polling. Most Americans do not like what is happening in Gaza. However, when it comes to older Democrats, I don't feel like it has, and even a lot of younger Democrats, but I think it's mostly younger Democrats that are so upset. I don't think it's a deal breaker when it comes to voting for Biden for most older Democrats. I think it's like a concern they have, but not the end of the world to them. It's mostly younger, tapped into the internet, really socially aware, constantly mad about every new issue they find out about that the Republicans are doing, or the Democrats are doing, or America is doing, or whatever genocide's happening, and feeling as though they have a moral responsibility to abstain their vote. That's most of these people. And I don't know if the majority of Biden's low approval rating really comes from the Gaza, Palestine, Israel stuff, as much as it just comes from the he's old talking point being really unanimously repeated and popular. I really think most of the low approval rating is just he's old, not the Palestinian genocide. I think they're just kind of topics that coincide with each other.
These primary results. Ingham County, another county that Democrats look for core support, and that has been crucial to their victories in the past. Instances like when we take a look at the Michigan governor's race back in 2022. Ingham County gave Gretchen Whitmer 69% of the vote. If you want to take a look, too, at the history here, back in 2020, Biden won there by 32. In 16, Clinton won there by 27. But what's interesting is that you go all the way back to 2012, when Barack Obama won across the state by 9 points, 28-point margin of victory in Ingham, Michigan. So how did Biden improve despite the overall state shifting towards the right? Well, the question here It's just more so, how did this survive? How did Biden end up surviving a huge shift in county margin? I mean, you can take a look here. There were 20 counties that were blue. There were just 11 in 2020, and yet Biden still won the state, right? And the answer here is that counties like Ingham and Washtenaw and Kalamazoo and Kent were giving the Democratic Party victories. They were becoming the suburban regions of the state that were very, very rapidly turning against the mainstream GOP and turned out in full force in the 2022 midterm elections. But it is in these counties that Republicans, if combined with Donald Trump's ability to win the rural regions of the state and run up the margins in other parts of this state, that you would find that if they were like the 2012 margins, Republicans would win here easily. I mean, take a look at Kent, Michigan. Kent County, Michigan, when Barack Obama won the state by 9 points, Mitt Romney here won by 8. In 2008, Barack Obama only beat John McCain by 0.5.
Dude, I remember the 2012 election. God. I remember going to bed. I think I had school the day before. I remember going to bed, and I think my parents went to vote, like, while I was, like, at school. So I didn't go with them. And I just went to bed, and I remember, like, waking up at, like, maybe 5 or 6 a.m. Like, it was pretty early. My mom being like, Obama won. I was like, cool. And I went back to sleep. Because I think I was 13, maybe? Yeah, I would have been 13. I didn't really care. I didn't care about politics all that much. I think I wanted Obama to win, because my mom and my stepdad wanted Obama to win. But, like, I didn't really have a horse in the race at the time.
2%. This margin here was astronomical, and the rest of the state was so solidly blue. I mean, take a look at this, right? Democrats were winning the county map. That rarely happens, right? They were rarely ever able to do this. And Michigan was solid blue, even down neighboring Indiana, which is now Trump plus 20 country, was Obama territory. Kent, Michigan, though, just 0.52%. So in the span of around 12 years, it has turned into Biden winning there by 6.1, to Gretchen Whitmer winning there by 10 points. And in 2024, very well, could end up being more Democratic, especially with this high level of discontent for Donald Trump. It is these Nikki Haley voters that do exist across the state, but very much exist in the counties that matter the most to the Democratic and Republican Party, that you will find that Donald Trump and Nikki Haley in this race was sort of like a proxy war for what we might be able to expect this coming November election.
So he's basically arguing that Nikki Haley votes are protest votes against Trump in the same way that, like, votes against Biden in the primary are, like, protest votes against Biden. Those are, like, examples of people who are highly unlikely to vote Biden or vote at all during the election, while this is a good show of people who maybe swing over to Biden during the election or don't vote at all. This could be a chunk of people who are taken from Trump during the general.
I think at the end of the day, when you're looking at Nikki Haley's large amounts of support...
What was turnout like? Let's check. 25. More than 1.8 million Michiganders voted. Up to around 22% of registered voters, not nationwide, statewide. All right. And the Republican one. Okay. Yeah, it's not really a lot of registered voters in the state, honestly. Is that high turnout for a primary? I would assume primaries have way lower turnout than general elections, but I mean, that's surprisingly low. Less than 30% turnout of registered voters? That's crazy.
In regions that Donald Trump would desperately need to win in the election, it does answer a lot of your questions about what's going to happen come this November. President Trump will likely lose in many regions of this state simply because he has turned off too many moderate and independent voters that historically, and I mean this earnestly, historically have voted very right-wing. This isn't just some fluke election where Mitt Romney did well or John McCain has done well. These are genuinely very strong Republican voters, bases of the state that used to be just so conservative. And it's not that there's all of a sudden this massive population influx or huge amounts of Democratic voting bases just all of a sudden springing up in these regions of the state. These are parts of Michigan that Republicans used to rely on for victories, and victories could not come without them. And now they have turned towards the Democratic Party. The victories seem to be further and further out of reach. I'm interested to see, though, what does happen in this election, because this is an indication that there is problems on both sides of the aisle, right? I think the reason for making this video in the first place was that there really wasn't much focus on Donald Trump's problems in this primaries and more so on Joe Biden. I think we've heard everything that there is to be said about the Michigan Democratic primary from the mainstream media, from people on social media, from party leaders in Michigan and outside of the state. I think this is something that we have definitely seen coverage for. And I honestly think, the takeaways here, I don't necessarily always agree with them, right? But I think what I do think is being, unfairly or just inadequately represented in the media is that this victory for Donald Trump was not this massive victory. Nikki Haley getting 27% in the state where she was supposed to lose by 50, 60 points, ended up losing by around 40, does say that in a swing state like this, you should listen to your voters the same way that Democrats should listen to them.
I really hope the Biden campaign focuses its attention in the right places here. Like, the places where Nikki Haley, the swing states where Nikki Haley had the strongest poll, they need to go to the districts, down to the district where Haley had the strongest poll, and try to get those people to vote Biden in the general. That would be big. Man, I hope the Biden campaign knows what they're doing. Thank you for sending this to me. I like getting myself brushed up on what's going on in the... caught up and informed on what's happening with the polling. I appreciate that. Let's talk elections. I'll go ahead and drop the link to the video in chat for those of you guys who want to watch the original video. There you guys go. It's from Let's Talk Elections. Well, alrighty. Comment down below if you think things are looking good for Biden or bad for Biden. Like, when this goes out as a video, go ahead and comment. I'm really curious. Right now, I feel a lot less doomer about the state of the election after this video, but who knows? Things still aren't looking great for Biden. His approval ratings are quite below Trump's, which is still surprising when you consider how many Americans Trump got killed with COVID. It's very surprising. Alrighty. How do you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Thoughts, Chad? Good segment. Nice. Alright, guys. I think that's the last segment for today. I would do some gaming content, but honestly, it's so dark out, and it's already 7 p.m., getting close to my bedtime, so I think I'm just gonna have us do a little cooldown segment. We're gonna watch some chill content, and yeah, we're gonna chill out, and then we're gonna wrap things up. I think that sounds reasonable. Thank you so much for your support so far. What's Daily Dose of Internet been up to? I like watching that guy's content. Let's see what he's been up to. This is his most recent video.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Is damaged. My car is damaged. Where? Right here. If you want to see, you can come on. Why are you hitting my car, lady?
What?
It's not damaged.
What?
Would you tell her to get away from me? She's crazy.
She actually did fix it though. Like, hold on, wait. Like, this lady is a crazy, like, weirdo, but like I didn't even notice what the damage was there. It was this being up, but she like actually fixed it. Like say what you want, but like, look. It's not damaged anymore. What can I say? She was right.
Would you tell her to get away from me? She's
okay.
crazy.
That... This man's face is amazing. The face he's making right now, his reaction, phenomenal. He is reacting the right way. Holy shit!
This poor mailman got attacked by a turkey.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back!
Where do you have to live to be attacked by turkeys?
Get out of here!
Guess they had them in Florida. I don't think it's afraid of you, man. I don't think you're gonna win. That's crazy. Huh, the
This guy was
electricity
trying to
makes
do
it
an
fall
interview
over.
when he got interrupted.
Have been with this northern white trainer for...
Dude, what are you doing?
That is...
Dog, imagine how good that felt. Could you imagine how good that felt for that rhino? Like, when you're an animal, there's not much in your day that happens that's entertaining. But that had to have felt good. That's the highlight of that rhino's week.
It's Nigerian. Okay.
It's rolling over.
Here's some good news. After 4 years, this dog finally learned how to use the doggy door.
Aw.
Come on!
Wow. That's a little adorable dog. That dog's so cute. This is not gonna end well. Oh.
What are the odds
God,
of
that
their
was
phone
so
landing like
that was so close to a terrible head injury. Oh my god, that was like a couple inches away from such a bad head and neck injury.
this? This guy did not want to pay a
Damn, that was the phone.
parking fine.
Bro, you're ruining your car. You're ruining your tires and everything else. It's not just your tires that are getting fucked up by
Does
that.
anyone know what this dolphin salamander thing is?
Well, that's a seal. What the fuck? No, it's not. It's a fish. It's an eel? Is that an eel? A sturgeon? An eel?
Pee, but like, he's just watching me. How weird.
Yeah,
This
watch
billionaire
him.
donated
That's the
$1
point.
billion so the students can go to medical school for free.
The Albert
That's the
Einstein
catch.
College of Medicine will be tuition free.
That is a reaction. Bro, it's David Hasselhoff.
This is called the Atlatl, and it's one of the oldest
You guys get that reference. You guys saw the SpongeBob movie. You guys know.
hunting weapons our ancient ancestors used. This YouTuber decided to make his own version and try it out.
Holy shit! Men will see this and just think, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I knew the blades of a wind turbine were big, but this puts it in perspective.
No. No, I don't want to ever see something like that getting driven through my neighborhood.
That is the end of this video.
I'm not okay with anything that tall and on wheels moving near me. I don't approve of that. I don't approve of that. No. 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 God. Anyway, everybody. That was a good catch up with Daily Dose of Internet. Listen, everyone, I really appreciate you all coming out today. You've been so supportive and so kind. I really, really do mean it when I say that your support in the form of donations, likes, comments, and just even watching really does help a lot, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you, One Piece, but I gotta wrap things up now. I'm getting pretty eepy sleepy. But with all that said, thank you all so much for coming out tonight. No stream tomorrow because it's my day off, so just keep an eye out for tomorrow's 3 uploads as usual. But the day after tomorrow, I will be streaming, so keep an eye out for that. I can't wait to see you guys then. Thank you all so much for watching today. You've all been amazing. I'm going to enjoy my night off and my day off tomorrow. And with all that said, I can't wait to see you all the day after tomorrow. Bye! Doo-doo fart.